What they have, though, what they have in their favor is the Barnes case in 2003, in which they determined that all of the things that you mentioned up to this point fall under the objective prong of the charges, but the court does consider a subjective prong of the charges, and that is it reasonable to assume that by virtue of posting what he posted, he could make the intended target feel as though they were in jeopardy from bodily harm? That is why they got the indictment, because there is this subjective component of case precedent that the Supreme Court will also use in consideration. They take the words, they take the context, they take whether or not he deleted it, which he did. They take all of this subjective bullshit into account too. And so there is this whole subjective component of, is it reasonable to assume that Trump could have felt threatened in any way, shape, or form by his post? And if that is the case, then he's not protected under free speech, according to Supreme Court precedent with I think it was Victoria Barnes case in 2003. So that was the point that I made earlier. All these topics were after the first instance. Even if the poster in the case, the 2003 case said, even if the poster's intent was not to actually perform the harm themselves. And so this is the whole reason that the indictment got passed out, is this subjective prong of what the Supreme Court considered. This is why he was indicted. This is this smidge of minimal chance that this thing even makes it to court and isn't dismissed on motions based on the First Amendment right. But it is this whole subjective component, because that case said even he didn't have intent to commit the harm himself, if he could reasonably assume that the posting of the picture made the target feel threatened from bodily harm or death, then he is in violation. And hold that by 4 numbers. Hold on. I called after 53. So I don't know how many remember that I did. I think it was Chuck Schumer who went on one of the mainstream media interviews after Trump was severely critical of the alphabet agency. Trump said he didn't believe that they were being run effectively and that they had some corruption that needed to be addressed. And Chuck Schumer, I think it was Chuck Schumer's quote was, when you come up against the alphabet agencies, damn, Aisha, go ahead, do it. What was the quote, Aisha? It was like saying, like, if we come up to this alphabet agency, have like 101 ways to come up to you. 6 ways to Sunday of getting back at you. They have 6 ways to Sunday. Popular American expression, it means that they will retaliate. And James Comey was part of the alphabet agency. It makes the argument that Trump felt threatened. Even though he's used a lot easier to respect these perspectives if you guys would just say what you really want to say, which is like, fuck the Constitution, we want to get even. Wait, Stilgart, wait. I want to clarify. I do not support Okay, I do not support Comey being indicted, and I don't think that the majority. There's at least one in here. It's not now that are dancing. It was more for Sam's reference because he directed his comment straight at me or digit numbers. I do not support the indictment of Comey. I don't think he's indicted. I'm simply making the case for why they were able to get the indictment in the first place. And I think that he should have been indicted. On the hill of sea channels, you're writing a blank check for the next Democratic administration to do this exact same thing. So look at the court case, Virginia versus Black. This was over cross burning. That's the case. That's the president case.
Yeah, okay. So cross burning can be considered a threat to intimidation or harm. Is it always the case? No. You can actually go ahead and do this, and you can set up a cross. And as long as there's not a reckless element or a conspiratorial or a threat to harm in that, or damage, obviously, to somebody's private property, um, then this is perfectly legal. You can do this. It's not anything different. So you have right
Shooting
here.
in somebody else's yard without.
That's illegal. That's and it's an
Yes.
and infringement on it. But
Yes.
that falls under a different. That was articulated in that what is it case. So at the end of this, when you look at that precedent and saying here we have to be subjected to freaking morons burning crosses, and you may not like it. I may think it's really ridiculous and it's harmful and it's intimidating and it has those. It's still protected free speech as long as it's not infringement on somebody's personal space, harm, or property. Comey can do this by every precedent. He can do it because, again, you have to prove that he was going to be reckless, conspiratorial, and direct to somebody that is sitting in that office, and that's not going to go over well. It's just you have a long road to do it, and this is optics at best and shitty optics. It's not a win. It's actually a setback, which takes away the meaning of what just happened in that fucking Hilton hotel. It just strips everything away.
But the thing is, like, there's a long road of like the Supreme Court overturning the decisions. Like we can go Black versus Board of Education, we can go versus Loving versus Virginia. I can name like 100 other cases that the Supreme Court has overturned. So it's just like that's what you're dealing with currently at the moment. But what makes you think? I want to ask Brad this question. What makes you think that a future Supreme Court doesn't overturn these decisions? Why are you so confident about this?
Why would they overturn it when they actually argued?
Yeah, but they could overturn it. I mean, by
they took over. I mean, I suppose I'd be against it.
The Dobbs decision took 50 years. It could get overturned. What makes you think you're right about it, though?
The Dobbs decision has nothing to do with this case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the Supreme Court overturns their precedents all the time.
We can make all manner of premonitions into the future as to what may or may not happen with the Constitution. But the fact of the matter is it's pretty clear that at least a majority of the room feels that it would be a bastardization of the Constitution. It would be disrespectful to the First Amendment to suggest that we should indict and criminally charge and potentially jail a man over seashells.
Yeah, but why not, bro? They criminally charged President Trump. They searched his.
There you go. Wait. Is exactly what the
Wait. You asked me a question. They searched through his house. They violated so many constitutional rights that he had to do. And what they did to the January 6 people committed suicide over January 6. A hoax, terrible thing that happened to these people. They became bankrupt. They lost every single thing. And then now you're trying to sit there and be like, oh, well, and now you're sitting here and be like, oh, well, you know what? It's terrible what happened, but anyway, we're going to just move on with it. No, bro. You have to make the fear of death in these people in their eyes. So people like Comey can't go ahead and put hoaxes in other people's lives. People committed suicide over January 6th, still got.
That wasn't.
They died. They died, and they're not coming back. They fucking died. Wait a second. People fucking died. Wait. Wait a second. Just let me land. You can talk all you want. I don't care if you're American or not. All I'm saying
About you being American backing us.
Enough. Stop talking. You can speak all you want. People committed false charges.
Listen to how you live in the world.
Because President Trump happened to win the election. And President Trump lost the fucking election. God forbid what would happen to those people, And you know what happened? President Biden, he's the first president in the history of the United States that did past pardons from like 2014 and everything and future pardons.
Cheek.
So what the hell?
You're gonna have to land this point. You've added 17 addenda. Conversation. You're about to be done. Okay, let me explain something really clearly to you.
What fucking power?
You can do this.
Fucking what power, bro? You don't listen. Let people finish. All I have to say, he did. Wait. He did.
Let me break out the legal pad and I'll respond.
Stop talking. Right. I've been done a long time ago. I just keep talking for so goddamn fuck.
Check you down. You get 60 seconds.
60.
Thank you very much. President Biden was the first ever president in the history of the United States to do preemptive pardon and everything else like that. Why? Because he knew he led a corrupt regime. People in January 6th, they died. They committed suicide. They got bankrupted. The state abused them. The United States abused these people. The United States killed these people. And they did the most horrific, fucked up shit to these people ever in the history of the United States. And then when I hear well, yeah, it's a constitution, everything else like that, I don't want to hear about the fucking constitution. They put 60% of the FBI's informants onto these people. Why? Because they wanted these
15 seconds.
And I know, love. And they wanted to kill themselves. All I want to say is, you killed your own people. I don't want to hear shit about abusing powers of the executive branch. And I'm done.
Let me go. I heard you the first time. I don't thank you. So, listen. Cheek, I'm going to respond to the moment in which you careened off the highway of rationale and nothing else, because I am not presently equipped with a pen to have heard all 15 of your grievances and address them individually. Next time, I prefer we do it maybe 2 at a time if you can manage. Thank you. Question, the moment you submit any other case, any other legal proceeding in regard to this particular case as a rationale as to why you do something or wish something to be done or why you think something should happen, unless those cases are directly related to this case, legal case, you are unadopted. You're explaining to me why I think we should wipe our asses with the Constitution of the United States simply for the opportunity to get even over some fucking seashells. This is a lesson in how to be succinct and cheap. Yeah, also serious. Yeah, let me after this here, Stilgar. Yeah, I feel like I'm in a courtroom. So people keep focusing on the fact that they were seashells. It doesn't matter. You could write someone on Saturday. I attended. Written it in crayon. It's not. That is irrelevant. It is the meaning of this thing that matters. Number one. Number two. Let's remember. Trump was not indicted illegally. They followed court procedures. They got a judge. They got a warrant. They got a look at. All of that was done through the legal system. But Stilgar, you said it. Why don't we just admit that we want to throw away the Constitution? No. Why don't you say that you're just too afraid to use the Constitution for the reason it was intended to be used, and you're too scared of being seen as having any kind of backbone at all? Why don't we just say that? and to the other charge of, well, this isn't what conservatives are really about. Well, if the quote real conservatives are too much of a pussy to actually use the Constitution to their advantage, well, I think it's time for them to retire their badges and go sit in an old age home like everyone's always telling me I should do, and sit this one out and let the real men show them how to. Using your name is boring. Using that's why I'm hard. I'm gonna tie this up. I got it. No, I got this. I got it. We had a little bit of a queue going. I am going to give Alan's submission the response to his response. And I'm gonna hand it to Viking. Thanks. Okay, so this is the problem when you have liberals that cross over into the conservative party and haven't been around a long time. They absolutely want to utilize the same fucking style of governance. Just they want to call it under Team Red, and this is a massive problem with conservatives and Republicans. We would never agree to this. We don't agree to this. Like, I don't like what Comey said. I don't like his little fucking picture. I don't like the fucking man. Period. I think he's a fucking fool. I think he's an idiot. I think he's incompetent. As evidenced by him handling the Steele dossier, by his investigation of Trump, by him orchestrating and going along with the Obama administration and being complicit without coming forth to Congress saying, hey, I know you're saying Obama here, but he's telling me to go do this, and this is against the constitutional norms. This needs to be checked. This power needs to be checked. So there's a lot of issues. What you want to hang your head on is none of that issues. None of those. We want to do it over what Stilgar says seashells painted or moved in 86. You don't even know if he actually did it or if he came across the beach and they were there. You still don't know that. You don't even have those final determinations. You don't have all the facts, but you're cheering this on and saying, let the real men do it because we just want to cry about this because this one hurts my feelings. And it's funny because this is now the second time after my workday I popped into another room and there's another guy crying about Trump needs to be mindful of my feelings and how I feel on his work. Get there. You can't have that. You can't sit there and say, hey, it makes me feel icky, so I don't want to have it, and I think we should use the court, weaponize the courts, violate the First fucking Amendment, a constitutional landmark. No other nation has a First Amendment in the correct category that we have, and it's so badass that Trump today lined up the Revolutionary Guard in full fucking uniform and put them out in the Greek. Guess who? The King of fucking England. Badass. I love that shit. That shit is amazing. That's free speech at its finest. That's great. That's bad fucking ass. But now, in order to protect that free speech, I have to accept a picture from Comey. Otherwise, your tears are going to get everybody in trouble. We'll never have that. And once it's gone, once you put limits on it, once you start suing, once you start doing the court shit, weaponizing the courts to try to play that game, we'll lose it all. It will absolutely be gone. And why would you give up that much power to the fucking government already? I'll end there. Are sugar babies allowed to work in the government? Are who? Sugar babies. Depending on where they work, being a sugar baby is not necessarily illegal. It is distasteful. Like the twins, or like his grounds to get you fired. I think if somebody knows about it, but that depends on your boss. Sorry, is it on your resume, or are you showing up to take it? Is that what you're suggesting? No, I'm talking about asking the government.
Every time I listen to Brad, I realize what conservatives have lost for like the last 40 years. Weak born, all statements. What are you going to do, Brad? Like, write a strongly word letter to your congressman or congresswoman? Like, I actually advocating for Brad. So that's like, every time I hear like so-called. So like, what I can do is I can leverage money. I can actually nice. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna write?
Okay, so you asked me the question now for the second fucking time, so now I'm gonna answer it, you stuttering fucking idiot. I'm going to say this. Brad, he was already losing. So again, when I look at this and you think I don't have power, that I actually organize, I move people, I fucking campaigns to a high degree of level, that I actually get calls if I want to back local politicians. And these are issues I'll bring up at RNC convention meetings. These are messages I'll sit there and tell people like Marshall, hey, when you're going out and canvassing, this is a major fucking concern of mine. This is a problem that I have. This is something I want to be remedied. So when you go around and tell people about this, these things, and I can spread it across the nation faster than you can. So again, I can also turn around and use the court to go ahead and sue those that want to infringe on it, because I can't weaponize the court. So again, you need to shut up while I check. Let me finish. Yeah. So guys, as much as I'd like to see you battle each other, fat gay retards, it's not going to move either one of you closer to either one's perspective. Viking, you and I largely agree on this one. I think the fact of the matter is, it's not a lack of information. It's not a lack of information. It's clearly a fundamental disagreement on the morals and principles surrounding this particular issue. If that's a chief's position, I don't think either one of us are going to change it. I don't need to, but when he asks me a question, I go to answer, and then he just is like fucking gurgling, fucking gooseneck, fucking going on. Then like again, you can't expect me. Right. Read this stuff. You'll banging apples together, and he'll be cranking the. Yeah, but I'm not worried about some nothing from Australia. I'd love to have it. No, it's politics. You doesn't do well. You can kind of. It's okay. I know you're petty. It's all right.
All right, we're giving the floor to Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall, I think you're particularly adept at addressing these sorts of issues. Please, particularly, I think. I definitely want to hear your input on this. What was the chief contention of the argument? Well, as I understand it, we're talking about Comey.
Yes, and the indictment today.
So, from what I hear from talking to lawyer and judge friends of mine, is that it's not going to hold up under review. That it's going nowhere, right? That it's more political than it is actually lawful, which I mean says something about abusing the system in the first place, right? If you're going to abuse the Justice Department to politically go after somebody, then it doesn't really matter. I'm also kind of with Brad on this. How do we know Comey didn't just walk up on that image, right? The tendency to punish over perceived political slights, or what looks like perceived political slights from a national point of view, I don't think are very healthy to the government and the Constitution. It shows that the rules don't really apply when the elites and the participants of government stop believing that the rules apply. Then they do weird, strange shit that ends in some sort of dictatorial, fascistic kind of end. You can play the game, but you can't play the game so hard you break it. And it's definitely possible to break the Constitution. And selectively applying it is exactly one of the ways in history in which those things then become null and void.
The Constitution is turning 250 years old this year, right?
Yes. Yeah, so I think so far, if I'm tracking correctly, Anne and Achik are the only ones who think that this is a good thing.
It's a good thing. Marshall, doesn't it? Marshall,
Now what?
Achik. Oh yeah, Alan left the room though. I have a question for you. If you believe this is deserving of adjudication, what do you suppose the punishment should be?
I don't know what the punishment should be, but obviously a grand jury of the citizens in DC, a liberal city where you have no chance as a conservative, in DC, was the one that agitated this. Why the hell did you not mention it the whole entire time? He got indicted in D.C., Washington D.C., with his
Yes,
fucking.
that's where the Justice Department files is playing.
You don't have a backbone. Now stop talking.
So wait a minute, you don't have a position on this.
And I don't know what the punish should be, but they should make an example out of Comey, because what they did to President Trump should never happen to another president, or should never happen to another person ever. They went through.
Literally, we had a grand jury indict Trump in Georgia, and people cheered it on and argued against it.
Bro,
they said it was the same fucking guy.
Wait a second. These people in J6 killed themselves, Brad. What part of that don't you fucking get?
So
They killed themselves.
generally.
They went after them for fucking nonsense and absolute terrible things.
So the answer is to violate the Constitution further?
Now, yeah, call me.
He's not going to be movable on that. There's no point in addressing it. Listen,
He was a grand jury in fucking Alabama. I'd be like, oh, maybe it's terrible. Like, it's not the best thing ever. But he was a grand jury in fucking Washington, D.C. Even his own peers thought he's fucking. They need a trial to happen to him. Fuck that guy.
Listen, grand juries can eat that ham sandwich. Have you ever heard that American saying? Yeah. Hang on a second. Okay. So let me make sure I'm following the logic here. Okay. Based on the lawfare and the misbehavior of the previous administration in the direction of conservatives, you think the solution to that problem is to take a bigger bite of that apple to make that point, right? We're in a bar fight.
No.
I picked up a pool stick. The solution is to pick up a pool stick, and you think that's not.
No. I don't want a poll stick. I don't want terrible things to happen. I just want certain people to be held accountable. One of them is Jim Comey. He's one of the worst of the worst. Terrible.
Okay, but Ajit, the question that I'm trying to ask you here is: you think this is what will stop this? This will put an end to all the madness? If we take an example out of James Comey, and Ajit, you're gonna have a really hard time responding to my proposition in when it's not in its totality. Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to make Jim Comey an example. Everybody else, I don't really give a fuck about. Like,
well, right. An example of them because you're under the impression that this is going to cease this behavior from the other side.
Yes, it is going to cease behavior because they have to know there's fucking consequences for their actions. You know,
I think that's speaking like I think that's a tremendously naive position. You think the left isn't going to turn around? You think the left isn't going to turn around?
The Democrat there, you want them to do this exact same thing as they did to conservatives? Why the hell did you think President Biden pardoned people from?
Do it to conservatives.
They don't want that.
This is
all I want. Wait a second, Brad. Wait.
No, we're babbling on and saying fucking weird shit. January 6th, nothing changed. We gotta go fight like cattle. In riot. And now you're going to say this.
Talking about.
You don't. You're on. In the United States without understanding. Play recommendation. Let's not interrupt Ajit while he's reestablishing. Motherfucker.
All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. That's it. And that's
you don't really. Let's look. Fucking Somalia.
Oh, fucking hell. All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. Finally, you know? Just let it. And one of the best to let it end, Jim Comey, the trial of fees. I don't think Jim Comey is going to go to jail. I don't think he's going to go to prison. I don't think he's going to spend any time with that. But they have to know that they can't do what's trying to say for like the last 10 fucking seconds. But so, shut the fuck up.
Help me understand how indicting Comey prevents this from happening all over again in the reverse when Democrats take power again?
It doesn't, and that's the problem.
So you want to make an example of somebody in hopes to prevent this sort of behavior from perpetuating, rather than just decide, brother, look, okay. So you can accuse me of mod abusing all you like, but that's about the 11th time that you interrupted me in the middle of a sentence that I waited until you were done to start. Okay? I've yielded to you more than 5 seconds at this point. I think, as the kids say, you need to calm your fucking tits. All right. Yeah, when you say I want to make an example of somebody to accomplish a goal, and then immediately say you don't expect to accomplish that goal, all the while the thing that you're putting at risk, the chips you're pressing onto the table and saying I'm all in, is the Constitution of the United States, and that's just preposterous.
Stilgar, the issue I have is that we all stood, well, maybe not you, maybe some other people said it incited a riot. But Trump's words, we got to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. That phrase alone was weaponized. And dipshits like that guy sat there and said, it's free speech. It's free speech. It can't be taken literally. He didn't mean it. The context matters. It can't prove that he meant to incite an insurrection. It's not an insurrection. And I agree. It was protected free speech. It didn't mean to go up there and like hang the fucking members of the House. It didn't mean to go up there and do anything. It didn't mean to go break into the doors and invade the Capitol, destroy it, shit on fucking desks, take computers, take things that you really shouldn't, even if you broke in, shouldn't have done it. It also didn't mean that, hey, we should violate constitutional rights. There's a multitude of issues that happened at January 6th. Fucking beating the shit out of a fucking Capitol police officer with the American flag pole is not fucking free speech. And I don't give a fuck if that retard killed himself. I don't give a fuck if he did it. He deserved it. Because again, he violated not only the sanctity of our Constitution, but decided that he was going to go attack the government and beat some poor schmuck who makes 35 fucking pay a year, who was just sitting there trying to say, hey, you can't come in here and track the fucking Capitol building. But he beat him with the American flag, which really pisses me off to begin with. But now I have to worry with some stupid weird argument from some fucking foreigner who doesn't understand how our government works. And now you want me to sit there and say, I got to feel sorry for him and that we should forgive him. It's not, no. You talked enough. So this whole idea that now I have to codify that, oh, yes, things told me to go, then by same mention, you would have to you'd have to prosecute Donald Trump. You'd have to put him in jail. Whatever the consequences were of fucking Comey out of this, if you manage to even get it there, would be the same for Donald Trump. It would be the same for fucking Mark Levin. Who's it? Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, fucking what's his name? The guy who says frog birthday all the time. All of these things. We have to say, Harley and I argument, and that the civilized world doesn't handle their problems that way. So no, I mean, it's either the rule of law or we don't have law. But Brad, the problem here is we've described our position ad nauseum. It's not going to move him. I think when he's saying things like, I want to make an example of him, but I also expect nothing to change and the Democrats to perpetuate the exact same behavior, I think he's invalidated his own argument without the need. I agree with you. But what pisses me off is when we have foreigners come in here, they don't live here, they don't fucking pay taxes to us, they don't contribute anything to the American society, and then sit there and tell us how we to conversation because but again, cat thing, the different cat thing isn't fun. Like we could do the dinner for schmucks thing at any point, and call him a retard, no matter how retarded I think he is. I agree, but again, we couldn't let foreigners who don't live or partake in our governance or our country actually comment on how we should run our laws when clearly they have their own issues in their own fucking country. And when we talk about that, they lose a gas in the eye. The problem is running.
when it went to authority argument, it's just not like he can have an opinion.
Fucking Alabama, and I'm an American, and like,
Seriously, can have an opinion, but it's a really annoying and ill-informed one. One players,
you can
what it is, how does it really affect his life? He's commenting on stuff that affect our life, which I guess is fine, right? Like he's entitled to it because it's on a fucking audio app and I can't stop him. But it is a little bit insulting to have something is governed by different rules. Advocate for the essentially ripping apart of your own system because from across the ocean, he thinks that we just don't have a spine. Right? There's something about that that is belittling, it's condescending. It like presumes that they get this opinion without any pushback. And from what I've seen of H-Check, most of his opinion is rather anti-intellectual. It's all feelings based.
Okay, but how about this? So I guess the unpopular opinion. So I agree that I think that these charges are validated, and I mean we had a group of our peers vote on this for him to be indicted. So like jury duty, a group of our peers voted for him to be indicted. So then they did due process, right? So like
It wasn't that. I agree with you. That yes, there was a grand jury. The similar response that was done to Donald Trump when we said, "Hey, this grand jury, you can indict a ham sandwich,"
yeah,
and they got it. They shopped it, and they did that whole thing. Same thing in New York City. They got it. They got their little indictment, and they got to go forward with it. And we all called it out. We said this is an abuse.
Yeah.
This is lawfare. If we decide at this moment to say, hey, this is our way we get our get back, instead of actually fighting the true fight, the moral fight, the Constitution, the rule of law fight, then we have just abandoned thing that we are, and now we're just a blur. We either have to have that framework now, even in the face right now of the most like whatever shit you want to, like Jimmy Kimmel saying that shit that the first lady looks great as a widow. Like I hate that shit. That shit's like and that really fucking twists me in a certain way as a person. Like,
yeah.
the idea that I want to prosecute him. No, I do not want to abuse the law or weaponize it. Now, if he was in a bar and said that shit to my face, yeah, I'd punch him.
nobody's talking about that. You know, you know,
We were talking about prosecuting James or something, and Jim Kimmel was in the investigated by the FCC.
I want to abuse my powers because what I keep hearing is one person is talking and somebody keeps interrupting. You're not going to get your point across. And the whole point of these conversations is you're going to hear things you don't like. But wait till the person's done and then say, like, speak. And then say whatever you got to say. I guarantee you that person is going to allot you the same respect. There's nothing more annoying than hearing 5 people talk. Please.
So I just wanted to say,
Wow, he just did it. Mike started talking, you interrupted him. Please, bro.
so, and do you understand the point under what we actually have to do?
Yeah.
Do you agree or disagree with that stance, or do you still hold and say maybe this one's a little murky? We should let this go.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this one is a little murky and we should let it go. But I think that obviously the process that we went through was just us. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question at hand. Is do you want to use Comey as an example? My opinion would just perpetuate this behavior into the next administration, and the one beyond that, and the one beyond that, and it turns into a race to the bottom. Or
Yeah, because it's spiteful
they
behavior.
want to set the example of not perpetuating that behavior,
Oh.
looking at a pile of seashells on a beach and going, "This isn't a hill worth dying. Let's lean into the First Amendment. Let's lean into the principles we've been using to fight against this kind of behavior the entire time, and stand on our 2 feet and not get our panties in a knot over some seashell."
I'm torn.
Why? So let me ask you a question, Anne. Why are you torn on this particular instance as opposed to, I don't know, a lot of people have said a lot of egregious, horrendous shit about Trump. Like, what's the hang up in understanding that, number one, like if you do even a little bit of research into the 86 and how the 86 is historically used the majority of the time, yes, in the context of FBI, DOJ, CIA, they will oftentimes use 86 as a means of meaning remove, but very rarely is it used in the terminology of kill or eliminate. It's often used as remove. So
Right.
I mean that's across the board. That's like across the board more often it's an abbreviation for remove, which is not necessarily an implication to kill. So when you take that into consideration, it's
but I think honestly, I think that Comey's a douchebag, so I think that I have like a hard time saying that I think he's a complete utter like despicable human, and like what he said.
But you agree?
Yeah, me.
Right. You agree though that like I don't know. I feel like as conservatives we have a due diligence to protect free speech, even the fucking free speech we don't like.
Right.
Specifically, the free speech we don't like.
Because otherwise, we have former law enforcement officers in Tennessee getting arrested and spending 39 days in jail on $2 million bond because they put up a meme of Trump that his town didn't like, and he will just be the first of many. Like it's gonna be a slow erosion of our First Amendment right if we sit here and bandwagon that we think that this witch hunt for Comey is justified. The first indictment against Comey, at least that one had like some criminal merit to it. This one, none at all.
For 20 years.
I don't think it's just about that. I think it's about what it does to the rest of the government. It's instilled this incentive of caring rather than building. Yes, in politics, as I can tell you very personally, you have to know when to knife a motherfucker, as the saying goes, and like when to build bridges. But we have done a very poor job in our country of building bridges over the last 15 or 20 years. We've done a pretty good job at ripping apart. One of the things I've learned in life is if you want to instill good behavior in something, the way to do it is by leading with good behavior and instilling better norms or rules in agencies, like demanding hire of the people that work for you. And that instills a much more professional, much more ethical workforce. But using the Justice Department to go after Comey for
it's retaliatory. It's retaliatory judicial abuse. The same way that they abused him with the judicial system, he's striking back.
I have a question.
Exactly. And the retaliatoriness, the thing that degrades is us all being equal in front of the eyes of the law. Because if they can do it to them, they wouldn't think twice about doing it to us.
They didn't think twice about doing it to us.
So this is what we're going to spend the next 10 years on. Who took apples out of the basket and put oranges and took bananas and threw grapes. Like, this shit is stupid. Like, our president that we're paying should not be wasting fucking time talking about who television networks should be employing for their talent. Like, I'm sorry, this shit is stupid. Like, this was the same fucking president that time and time again complains about Joe Biden taking away jobs. Joe Biden's taking away jobs, yet he is trying to get several hundred people in Los Angeles fired over a bad joke. Let that sink in for a second. Like, this shit is stupid. This is the same administration that has used Jet2 Holiday on their Instagram page to laugh about people getting deported. So don't you think that aside was waiting to get their lick back to say what the fuck they wanted to say about the man? Come on. Like, this is stupid. We have bigger issues to worry about.
I don't think anybody in this room really majorly disagrees with you. Ben, what were you going to ask?
Well, so I'll just make this point. Like, I agree with the general sentiment that yeah, obviously we have bigger fish to fry. Like, I also think that there's a difference between kind of going back to what Marshall was saying of using lawfare versus kind of what Adam is saying, which is going after free speech. Like, I think that there's a huge difference there. Like, if you're talking about doing ticky-tack files and using rules that are never ever used before, I think that that's very different than using the office of the president to go after your political opponents with actual no legal like I think that there's a difference there, right? Like I think the president going after Jimmy Kimmel, is it Kimmel going after Jimmy Kimmel is I think is like a I think it's stupid. Like I think the guy has free speech.
You're right. Considering the solution is put hundreds of people on government assistance when they lose their jobs. That is a stupid strategy for the president that wanted to put people back to work and criticize his predecessor for firing people.
But with that being said, it's like this is again this is I'm struggling with what Marshall was saying, which is like okay because I'm looking at this and I'm going okay every single, and I'm not going to say it was Democrats first or Republicans first. Every single fucking president, like obviously there's a lot of shit that was done against Donald Trump. Like there was a lot of lawfare and all of this kind of stuff. It's like, so what is the answer? Like if you're a Republican in this country, what is the answer? Like when it go low, you go high. Like how has that worked out for Republicans, right? Like wasn't that the reason I elected in 2016? Was like
you can't knife people privately, man.
Sure,
It's just that the knifing won't be seen by anybody.
But the Democrats are not doing that. They're knifing people wide out in the open, and they're saying Democrats are daring you to break the rules.
But Ben, you're not. Wait.
But they're saying like every single time that Democrats are doing this, they're like, hey, look, like it was political malfeasance to call your political opponents racist, and then like the Democrats are like, yeah, we're just gonna go after fucking Mitt Romney and say, well, dude, he wants to put y'all back in chains. Like it was political malpractice. It wasn't politically like this wasn't like Democrats do this all the time, and then what Republicans are supposed to sit on their hands and be like, "No, we're the party of modesty. We're the party of we're the that doesn't work in America."
But let me ask you a question. The point was brought up earlier, Mitch McConnell, and all of the shit that Mitch McConnell did using Democratic legislation to stack the Supreme Court in our favor and to predominantly have the Senate for nearly 10 years or whatever.
Well, they're saying,
do you not believe that right is right no matter what? I mean, you either believe that right is
The judge did talk about, hey, your judge mentioned sovereign citizens there.
Right. What I said earlier when you're not listening, I said, cite where Sean Carroll explains why these models are not arbitrarily finely tuned, not to produce bullets in our brains. Okay, go ahead, explain that.
in order to get into politics, you have to be a power hungry piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I'm Marshall. I'm sure you know lots of lovely people who look at politics. I'm saying in order to effectuate change on that level, then I'm saying, okay, so let's just take away the next executive order should be no more executive orders. Eventually, somebody's going to have to break this system and go, okay, um, it's a parent coming up and saying, you can't play nice with the toy, then I'm taking the toy away from you. If you can't play nice with the fucking power, then we're just gonna take it away from you. Because I don't have to do the fact of going through the political artist the way he does, as long as he's doing so with the letter of the law. Like what's good is good. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And does it make the country a better place? No, not necessarily. But the Democrats are going to continue beating you unless you get down in the mud and play dirty with them. Like, and if that's the way that this is going to break the system and finally restore, like, is it the best thing for the country? No, but like, Republicans cannot continue to lose, and obviously they've done well recently, sure. But I'm saying that like, stacking the Supreme Court. Okay, you're so desperate to interrupt me. But it's just like I think that that's the way. Like, yes, I'm also sick of the pendulum swinging back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's monotonous. I'm a moderate.
Honestly, okay, so you're all for Trump using the letter of the law to exact his judicial revenge, but over issues that threaten to strip us from our First Amendment rights. Are you okay with that? Because I don't feel like that's what Trump is doing in this particular case with Comey. The original indictment on the collusion and for I got you. The indictment was dismissed without prejudice. They could refile those charges. Instead, he chooses to go after the fucking seashell picture. Like that's my problem is leave the freaking free speech alone.
Again, I think it'll be adjudicated. Like if I haven't looked at the Comey indictment fully, so I'm speaking. I'm speaking with. I haven't read it personally, but like the Don Lemon thing as an example, like going after Don Lemon for that kind of shit. Like I have no issue with that as long as
me either. But that was a violation of civil rights.
Sure.
It's entirely different.
Sure, but that's my point. Is like if you're going after the free, also a president who's been shot at a couple of times and had three separate attempts on his life, right? Like I would be shocked if he wasn't upset about the entire like obviously Melania is upset like it's this is nuts like we need to lower the temperature. I don't know that this lowers the temperature, but like something needs to fucking happen. This is crazy. And again, going after free speech is one thing, but like I don't know if there's a legitimate indictment here, more power to you. Whatever.
Yeah, I think that's my problem. Is I just don't think this is not the hill to die on. This is not where I want my tax dollars being spent. I'd rather my tax dollars being spent on something legitimate, criminally wrong that he did, and I'm just not sure that this meets that threshold in any way, shape, or form.
At this point, I'm not worried about my tax dollars, considering the bullshit that our tax money gets. Like I've given up on my tax dollars. Let me put it that way. Like I live in the state of Maine. My tax dollars. There's fucking potholes all over the street and like tons of homeless people everywhere. And we pay high tax. Like, and obviously, that's on a state level. But if you look up the gross, disgusting waste and amount of fraud that's in the
no doubt.
Then I'm like, okay, like these indictments are a drop in the bucket. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also like, I don't really care.
Alrighty then, yeah.
I love that Alistair just said in the comments the system is bankrupt, yet we employ 80,000 federal police officers. Yeah, that's what's breaking it. That's what's bankrupting the system. Come on.
I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting. I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting the system. I'm saying the system is bankrupt. And if we want to save money, we could fire maybe half of the FBI and just defer all those responsibilities to local police. We don't need all these federal agents. And in fact, the federal workforce is down 40% from when Trump took office. And that's because everybody just kicked rocks and said, fuck it, I'm going to retire. And they put their retirement paperwork in. We, we need competent people in these positions, and what we have is a bunch of left wokeists. In my opinion, we should purge the entire system, shut it all down, and put it all back up on one Palantir platform. You may not like that recommendation, but when $50 billion of your tax dollars are being defrauded in California through Medicaid, and the state only collects $50 billion in income, what's the fucking point? Shut it all down. It's completely corrupted. I rest my case, and I am complete.
You should don't disagree with all of that, which is crazy.
I mean, why do we need Medicare, Medicaid? Pay as you go. Oh, I got to go to the doctor. Okay, great. Now the government's going to pay for it. But we don't need this annual, quarterly, and annual budget billing system. We need pay as you go. The country's bankrupt. We need innovative financial transactions to help alleviate the stress. Hello?
Do you guys know this guy? Hello?
Yes, this is John Kitover.
Well, when he's right, he's right. Donald Trump ran against entitlement reform. And we all remember that. Like in this last
He's right. He's right.
Ron DeSantis, like that was Donald Trump's line of attack was, I'm not going to touch your Social Security, Medicare. Like that's what's bankrupting this country. It's my wife called me lazy because I never do the things I say I have. The rest of the audience depression. This may be the single greatest summary of Islam history.
Some Muslims are not that extreme, that they are moderate, where the fun
Goes into a cave and
riot.
through Egypt and this time they have to still you should give it desert travelers. Vision of cave, somebody really did it. And then finally, that's how the came to be getting used to Seymour method. We to the kind of wild channel. Wife Khadijah. She's 40 years old. 45. Worked for her and then she married them. Began to form and take off more.
It's supposed to be a little that. One of the West.
On this one, so I love Ben. What are you talking about?
Because of my PTR, that's most people think I'm a middle-aged white guy.
Bro, I don't even give a shit who the fuck you are. Just change it from Anthony Bourdain and let the man rest in peace. Because some of you are Jewish, you are Irish.
I don't want to repeat.
I give a shit how the fuck you look like. Your PTR because the second people look at you, Anthony Bourdain, you must be a good guy. But no, you're scum in half of the things that you think about. The rest.
No, he's not.
But the thing is terrible. I don't understand why he does that. You know, it's terrible. It's changes. It's a horrible thing he's done.
Oh my god.
What I'm saying, I don't want peace. I don't want problems always.
It's not my style.
People like you actually make mistake, you know?
Anthony Bourdain thing.
Serendipity and other people will be better along, but you
it.
Oh, no, he's still up. I was gonna say I'm not touching him.
I see popcorn fillers. My hands are a little slippery.
Something to propose. Do you think that it's okay to have somebody like that on national television that has millions of viewers to basically influence the public to want the president of America to die? You think that that's okay to teach our youth and the vulnerable, like the people that are very easily I don't know how to say it easy to sway. You know what I mean? Like in their position, and it could lead. Has anybody thought that this could lead to violence?
I
They should indict Jimmy Kimmel along with Comey.
I have strong feelings about this. Do I think he has a viewership and that he can be influential? Yes, I do. But this is kind of where that whole personal accountability thing comes in. I think that the way that you combat something like that is you raise your children to be critical
Don't call me,
thinkers,
bro.
children to, um, you know, investigate, ask questions, research, and to understand, not falling prey. Because the thing of it is, social influencers can be a lot more dangerous than just in the political violence realm. I mean, social influencers can impact girls and their self-esteem and their body positivity. Like, you could go down a list of ways where social influencers can be detrimental to the public's health. But you know what? They exist. And they exist in a country because we guarantee the right for people to have free speech. And even when it's fucking abominable, even when it's fucking disgusting. We live in a country that guarantees us the right to be able to do it. So the onus kind of falls on us. Like, we have to be capable of using our.
Yeah, well, that's what Donald Trump is doing when he's trying to prosecute Comey. He's using his freedom of speech. He's using the law to go against those who are lawbreakers. And if you don't like Donald Trump using the law, well, obviously you don't know what the fuck the law is. Hello?
No, but I'm talking about Kimmel right now.
Hello?
But so I would agree with what you're saying, but I also agree that a lot of parents these days aren't raising their children. Social media is raising their children,
You're right.
and that's
And shame on
problem.
them.
Absolutely. But then there has to be some type of responsibility where we have to take as humans to say, oh fuck, okay, we're allowing our children to be raised on iPads and iPhones and whatever, Androids, and television and Instagram and all that stuff. Should we have responsible speakers?
No, we should restrict social media. That's the obvious answer. I mean, like we have laws on cigarettes in this country. You got to be what 18 or 21 in most places to buy cigarettes. 21 federally in place because kids are not smart enough to make their own decisions, right? Like I agree with what you're saying, BB. Like I really, really do. But I think it has to come down to restriction of the social media companies. Like the social media has been. I mean, we're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier, and Monica and I think Serendipity. I think you were in the room as well. We're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier. He's on his huge campaign at the moment about social media usage and kids. Like that has to be where this comes from.
Well, Ben, I think you touched on something that's so powerful, and I think it was so subtle that I don't think people really caught it. And then I would ask like people in the room, do people have a problem that there's an age restriction on smoking cigarettes?
No.
Of course, I have got trouble with age.
Stop! It's annoying at this point.
You asked the fucking question.
No, I know, but it's like there's like alcohol involved with the answer. So hold on, because I think it's very important what Ben said, and I think it's if people don't have a problem,
You asked a simple question.
and the problem is you don't have, okay, you don't give simple answers. Sorry, bro. Just hold on for a second, because there's something to be said about what Ben said.
Yeah, I wanna answer this for you.
Go ahead, dear.
Yes, I don't have a problem with there being age restrictions on smoking cigarettes. The thing of it is, it's a tangible good that you have to go to the store, you have to interact with a person to purchase and verify your identity. I think the problem comes in the virtual reality because there are too many ways to bypass verifying identity. You know, this kind of leads back to that Meta case that they just lost recently. Meta and was it Google? I think Google's the only other one that didn't settle. They just lost that case in California to that girl who essentially blamed her mental health issues on her social media addiction because somebody handed her an iPad at the age of 6 and she became addicted to YouTube. And by 11, she was addicted to Instagram. And, you know, she sued these companies, and generally they're protected by legislation that protects them from being liable due to content posted on their platforms. But the problem was they said that they didn't take enough actions to make the platforms safe to protect against children, like make them difficult for children to access. But when you have parents who are logging children in, creating accounts for them, bypassing all of the rules, I I worry that this is a slippery slope again to curtailing our First Amendment right. And it's an entirely different ballgame when you're talking about virtual versus in person.
I think the restriction on purchasing of tobacco products is clearly not effectual, right? There's dramatic decline in cigarette use, but it basically tracks directly with the increase in vape use. And now at this point, they're like Motorola's buying up companies who are developing vape detectors to be placed in like middle schools, right? There's a massive market for this. The private sector is running at full steam ahead to attack this problem. So the question is does this legislation do anything? And we've seen in I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, something like that, we raised the age from 18 to 20. And now you have to be 21 to legally purchase cigarettes in this country, or any tobacco product for that matter. The sale of Zins and Snus and these sort of like nicotine pouches and vaporizers is at all-time highs amongst those under the age of 18. So it's clearly not having an effect.
Now, to follow up on that, do we think that there needs to be tougher laws on parents? Like, does the government need to step in and have more control over the children? Basically, because parents aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Like, should the parents somehow be held to account?
The problem is as much as I'd like to see that, I don't think that would be effectual either. I think it's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem that parents have now like outsourced 3/4 of their job to iPads, and they've kind of yielded to this blame everything around my child, not my child behavior. And I don't think there's any type of legislation that we can implement that would improve the quality of life writ large and also improve the condition of that issue. It would have to be tremendously authoritarian and make more victims of like putting parents in jail for their behavior. It's usually do worth the squeeze.
So like in Canada, they introduced a bill a couple years ago. I think it was Bill C-81. Yeah, you have to have a look at this, where children are basically property of the ward, right? So of the state, and basically parents don't have any rights. So little Johnny goes to school one day, and I know it's gonna sound like I'm going off like a course here, but I'm not, right?
No, I'm tracking. I think you're dead on.
Okay, so children go to school. Little Johnny goes to school and he says, "Hey, I want boobies.
Yeah, I want to be a girl. Yeah,
I want to be a girl." He goes home and he says, "Daddy, Johnny, I want to have boobies." Daddy says, "Johnny, you're Johnny. You're a boy. Boys don't have fucking boobies. Smarten the fuck up and go back to school and be a boy." He goes back to school. He says, "My daddy says I can't have boobies." They can now legally remove that child from the home.
Yep.
Because they think that that child is being endangered and they want to protect that child. So now the parents lose the right of raising the children because they believe that the parents are endangering the child, and I think that has a lot to do with things like this, like the Jimmy Kimmel situation, the iPad situation, the smoking situation. But where's the line where it stops? Like, I think that there could be a happy medium, but I don't think it would stop. And I think it's a slippery slope, like what Serendipity was saying, and you were saying that where does it stop? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the issue is when we want the government to use tweezers, all they have is a hammer. And if we put this kind of control in their hands, it's largely not going to improve conditions of what we set out to improve, and it's likely to worsen conditions elsewhere. And I just think, yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Unfortunately, it feels like a more tenable solution than hoping the culture will change. But like, unfortunately, kids are gonna have to die of popcorn lung, and you know, we're gonna have to allow them to suffer the consequences of sucking down vegetable glycerin by the gallon, and then something will change.
Absolutely. Things, yeah. A couple of things. When the smoking age was raised to 21, less teenagers smoked, and I think that even though the number of vapors is increasing, I think the total teenage vapors is still lower than those that were smoking cigarettes before the age.
No, it's actually higher. It's actually higher.
Well,
the trouble is
I just looked at, you know,
Edie's right.
Right now.
Maybe sorry, I know
Yeah.
exactly it's a big problem.
I think he's right based on the statistics, but the problem is like, how do you account for the kids that are certainly hiding it from their parents, certainly aren't responding to these sorts of surveys? And if you look at the private sector, there's investment going into like anti-vaping technologies. I work with public schools in a security capacity, and the demand right now for the ability to identify and you know, address the behavioral issue of vaping in schools is like the number one topic on everybody's mind. It's more important than school bus crashes. It's more important than school shootings at this point. And you go online right now and buy a 510 battery, which is like a commonly used variant of battery for vaporizers that looks like a fucking right? Like, there's products being marketed to enable children to do this. There's products being marketed to prevent them from doing this. It's definitely a problem.
Right.
Cigarette use is naturally going to go down when the dramatic increase of vaping happens.
Right. Yeah.
The problem is, so sorry, Edie, because I'm in the space of vaping, and I know a lot about it, and it's a fucking huge problem because even in the States right now, I think there's only 2 or 3 vape products that are actually legal, FDA approved, right? All of these vapes that you guys see, like Craze, Aloe, they're illegal.
Yeah.
They're selling them like crazy.
So, right. So making laws, changing the legal age doesn't seem to be the way to do it because manufacturers are still targeting these products.
No, the problem is that there's only one company or 2 companies that are manufacturing vapes in America. The rest are being manufactured in China, and they don't give a fuck what they're putting in.
And so, but the ones that are legally doing it still will find a way to target younger people, even though there's not legal. They'll just say it's not for younger people, even though we're making it in bright colors and all this stuff, you know. And then you have stores are selling these things just like with THC products. There's stores all over the place in states where it's not legal unless it's a dispensary, but they're still selling a THC product that that they're not supposed to have because nobody does anything about it.
Well, look at Florida. They don't call it THC; they call it Delta 9.
There's stuff that's actually labeled THC in stores. So I don't know.
THC is an umbrella category of a bunch of different molecules, and what they're essentially doing is creating these loopholes in the law to circumnavigate certain rules and make these THC analogs that are then legal for sale in this gray market capacity. The problem here is I firmly believe that is like a direct result of what we see as the government.
Right. Well, that's the I think that's the point I'm getting to. The government, and when you talk about social media, so there's still kids still can't go to see like R-rated. I don't think they call them R anymore, but right, there's still restrictions.
No, they're still R-rated.
No, they're R-rated.
It's the color. Okay, but but So I was like, well, then what's the problem with having that social media? But then the rest of us, adults and everybody, are going to have to put some sort of ID in when we log in, right? That's the only way to verify. Other than unless they just say, "Are you 18 or over?" Which obviously isn't going to verify unless you put some ID, which I don't think we want to do. Put an ID every time we log into social media. So the government trying to regulate these things, use the government to control these things. It's not a good solution. I don't think we want to keep giving the power to the government to it. It has to come down to the parents. And although it's hard to do, I mean, that's the only way you're really going to do this.
But that's where it's their job.
I know that's the only way to need to start doing that fucking job because you don't want to rely on the government to do it because it's not going to work.
But these things are the direct fault of the government, and like the cannabis thing is, it actually it makes the argument to these other categories insofar as if the government would do what the clearly overwhelming majority of the American populace wants, which is like federally legalized cannabis, like Canada did, then we wouldn't have to have all these loopholes and workarounds. Because unfortunately, some of these loopholes and workarounds are totally innocuous, and they buy it at the head shop, and they don't even get high. It's no big deal. Some of them are bath salts. Right?
Yeah.
Bath salts was the same thing. It was analogs of other compounds that were otherwise made illegal. This is like a problem of the government not appropriately regulating.
Can I interrupt? I want to bring everybody aware to the chat of the threat that I just got from a check, and I think that you guys should all be aware of this. Maybe you're a wanker, and I hope you shit yourself in public. I think that's uncalled for, and I think we should all stand up against.
Shitting yourself in public.
Yeah, well, you don't want that's gonna affect
Yeah,
I was just gonna say, Stickler, are they marketing? Part of the problem is the marketing efforts are marketing towards kids, how the advertisements look. I mean, we have that problem in my industry. It's a big problem, and there's mass torts actions and big lawsuits that have been settled because the marketing is appealing to kids. And there's obviously
Feelings of child. It's
Yeah.
to a 50-year-old.
I understand that.
Largely what we're getting at, though, is what we're.
Yeah, I mean, we have it in the gambling world. It's a big problem, and
the government's lack of action in terms of vaping leads to like BB said, there's 2 or 3 vapes that exist in the country that are actually able to be legally sold, and the rest of them are operating in this weird gray marketplace. Crackdowns kind of ebb and flow at this point.
But what does the packaging look like? Like,
Well,
that's my guess.
That's what's incentivizing the sale of these products in these gray markets, making them more easily accessible to these kids.
So they look attractive to kids. I mean, that's
a vape battery that you can buy on Amazon. It looks like a highlighter. It looks 1-to-1 highlighter. Crazy.
How long are you guys gonna go on about vapes? Because we haven't even gotten the COVID-19 injections, for all these youth. I mean, that Pfizer, Coca-Cola brand push. Wow, what an incredible marketing! Moderna, J&J. Oh wow.
But I think there's a misconception where people are thinking that the packaging is what attracts children. It's not. It's the flavors. It's the thing.
I have a genuine question. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, you added kerosene to cornflakes, and obviously nobody's actually going to do that. There are consumer protection laws. I asked this as a genuine question. I don't have an answer to this. But like, you see this RFK Jr.'s doing it. Well, no shit. But like, I'm asking this genuinely, is there any recourse for that to say, hey, these chemicals are really, really harmful, and you just can't sell this in this country because this shit is just
The
really.
problem is the chemicals aren't harmful until they get heated.
Okay. So
and then it changes the molecular structure, and that's where the chemicals that are in vapes, they only become harmful once they ignite, like once they get on the heat, the battery heats it, and it turns into the vapor. That's where the poison comes into effect. Before that,
market was a niche market. There was a kind of a nice little cottage industry of mom and pop shops popping up, and people who wanted to be into the vaping thing had to like wind their own coils and make their own canisters and like build these vaporizers. And they were largely like purchasing the vape juices domestically, and it was made here. Go into any gas station within a 5 mile radius.
Yeah. Now that's treating the ball numbers as like constant values for universes you might find yourself in, and then um, there's less of them in the natural system, right? Which is a true analogy because it's actually like way more complicated than that, but like
Yeah.
it makes the
I mean, I have this thing in my Islam essay, which is just I have it be numbers drawn on a piece of paper, drawn out of a hat. So I'll flip the hat argument now, but anyway, it's just the fine tuning argument for God. Or sorry, for atheism. Stepping in the buckets argument. And stepping in the bucket is a thing from baseball where you, instead of stepping towards the plate with your lead foot, you step away from the plate. Thank you, thank you.
You guys Deepak, can you just cover, because I don't know how much time I have, can you just tell me what happened with your resolution with Zelina?
I mean, I actually, you asked, I messaged you. I mean, you asked the question, like, okay,
Yeah. I mean, can you tell me, since I don't know how to read?
like, he just thinks that, like, the boy is going to be thinking, a bit, he just, I mean, he just thinks that, like, a Bayesian sort of analysis of epistemology is, like, not the right way to, like, describe the majority of situations, even mundane ones. I mean, partly it's based on, I mean, mostly it's just based on the fact that that's not how, that doesn't actually describe how people update their beliefs, right?
But they do.
But they do. But they do.
What definitely makes it a super crazy thing to think, to be honest with you, that like people are not like perfect Bayesian machines, and we don't actually typically talk that about right.
There's a difference between being a perfect Bayesian machine and, like, doing this sort of belief update that roughly corresponds with, like, Bayesianism by analogy. Right. And I think there are times when people don't even do that, right? Like when, like, like all these cognitive biases, like, the librarian example and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. People are irrational all the time, so it's hard to say. It's sort of like the thing is like typically you want to say it's a model of like ideal reasoning or something.
Right. And Zeleny thinks that that's actually, there's no fact of the matter about, like, maybe I'm being too strong and not what I'm saying, but maybe that's
he's probably correct. I probably agree.
Bro, yeah, I'm gonna bring him back up. Whatchamacallit, yeah, I saw that God Logic one today. I thought that was pretty funny.
He just did one like 2 minutes ago. The Muslims are running. The Muslim was begging for mercy, and his mods kicked the God Logic off. They were trying to save the guy.
I saw that one too, and he was like, "Man, you agree with what I'm saying to you about." Yo, I was thinking about that verse. Nah.
He was also trying to say that he was uncreated. He was a thought, and so he was uncreated.
Hello, moderators. Good evening, moderators. I'm wondering if anyone can be kind enough to read the text in my PTR. Thank you.
Okay. The quest of the Holy Grail, the search for the stone of the philosophers, by whatever name you choose to call the great work, is therefore endless. Success only opens up new avenues of brilliant possibilities. Yeah, barely and amen. The task is tireless and its joys without bounds. For the whole universe and all that is in it, that in it is, what is it? What is it but the infinite playground of the crowned and conquering child, of the insatiable, the innocent, the ever rejoicing heir of space and eternity, whose name is man, I guess. Okay. All right, dog. I hope I read it as my second. I hate it.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, we sit here and we talk about the God all the time, but man in itself is quite remarkable. I mean, we're fully automated. It only takes on a man and a woman to bust a nut and have a great orgasm. I mean, look at Barth. He's got 4 incredible children that he loves with his heart.
too early to have him in the room. He's just going to kill the room. So but later on, he can come up later on.
It's trying to acknowledge the creation, but not the creator. That's what got them wrong in the first place.
Early in the room that it's good life when the room dying out.
Bro, Megatron, Alistair is actually pretty cool. You're the one that's ruined the room. You kicked me down because I disagree with you.
You're being personal.
No, you're being very vindictive.
Not being disrespectful. Also,
About to get weird.
If anything, you guys will be sitting together. That's why I'm behaving myself.
Why? Wait, because I'm scared because somebody's got a green bean? Like, I give a fuck if you're gonna kick me out of the room?
I'm not gonna kick you out.
What's that?
Bro, you are.
Here's how it started, and I think this is also a more reasonable question to ask. Is like, let's say there's a claim and you use it to like update your beliefs, right? Like, what is it that's really doing the work, quote unquote, right? Is it the claim itself, or the background information that like gives you the the reliability for the claim?
Yeah, I'll take it. I explained that point to me, but because you can just say, look, the pointing in this context is like a piece of data of like, it's an observation that somebody is like testifying to you or something, or they're assenting to something or whatever. So it's like the data is like an observation of a person doing this. And the idea is like, you could tell me what my background is, right? Like I could feel like in this kind of context, people are usually opposite of it. That's just like an easy one. Like you could come up with other ones that would also make that.
Moderators, I'm just wondering. I know you guys will go on forever, so I'll have to just speak up. I'm wondering if somebody could read my PTR. Hello?
So, Jesus Christ. So you have that in your background, right? Before you get a claim, right? So nobody haven't made this observation yet of a person, testifying to something.
I never killed 1/3.
But you killed the Shia as well.
More than I got fingers and toes.
And they let you live and suffer life. Like
they got $50,000 fucking price tag on my head.
They let you live because you suffer like a pig.
I suffer like what kind of pig?
Like the pig you So you granted them a martyrdom, right, Kevin? And they granted you hell and fire and suffering.
Dude, I was the it seemed to be significant.
That's why you sound like a fucking devil here.
We could do this. As a result of that, right? I mean, George the boy, not me. I'm gonna shoot it too. Like, I never went like, it's not my fault. You turned me into I increased the proclivity.
You're not shit, bro. So don't talk to them.
No, I mean, I'm not kidding because God is great and I made myself small.
No, what are you telling people?
Going down that
What kind of gun did you have?
An M4, a 249, 12 gauge, and an M9.
What are you doing with a 12
Got
gauge?
it. Shit. Got it.
Dude, when I wore my full battle rattle, I was 130 pounds heavy. But I would do 12 miles and on a 6-hour dismount. Like we would just walk through the city.
Yeah,
Running the shit out of shit.
right now, I'm skinny as fuck and I weigh 195 pounds.
I'm 155 pounds and I don't really give a crap.
You are that shit.
You act like I won't smoke a joint in your fucking face.
Why do you have a Smith and Weston? He said you're a Georgia boy.
Because I prefer my Berettas. Like, I am a Georgia boy. I have my own gun range in my own backyard. It's 8:30 right now, right? What if I go like 1, 2, 3?
Oh, yeah.
Should we have an FBI? What the fuck is this? Yeah.
Jesus.
I love you, man. I don't care.
I know you were saying a sword and then shoot at the gun.
When you kill Sunnis, you're allowed to have a gun in your ass in case they try to kill you back. That's next step.
Yeah, I told him my friends are
He's my friend. He's not your friend.
good friend for years on this app. You just met us.
No, he's not.
I've been on here for 5 years. Everybody knows who talks.
Oh yeah, what about
Drunk and retarded, or I can be really sober, like, oh, you're full of fucking shit.
No, you're not. You're not gonna be shooting it in front of my door.
Dude, if I wanted to get rid of you, I wouldn't even, like, get anywhere near your door.
Oh, Joe, John is a friend. All right, you two should be friends.
Well, I'm not trying to pee on his leg and tell him it's raining.
I get that. But you guys are like the same, cut from the same cloth. You're just a southern version using more than.
Well, that might be the difference. Or a vast difference because I'm a man and
Meet you. But yeah, so like the progressive elites of the last 100 years are a group of foxes who basically took over from the old American Christian wasps essentially, and then became the new leaders of America through democracy and infiltration.
So, I like how you compare the current CEOs to like aristocrats, like kings. I mean, that's what they are.
Right.
Their corporate structure.
Right. They're just a free group of free market aristocrats, right? Where they have a lot of power and influence, but they have no obligation to their own country, their own people. They just have obligation to their own family capital, essentially, right? And to their corporation.
Right.
So now all the aristocrats, merchant class, and middle class owe no loyalty to their own country. And we have globalist capitalists, globalist finance, but we also have globalist consumers who want to buy cheap goods from China, right?
Hi, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Are you Christian, guys? Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Yeah, why Jesus got crucified?
Jesus got crucified because the Jewish people were waiting for a Messiah, and Jesus said in certain terms that he was the Messiah, and the Jews didn't like that, and they were given a choice by Pontius Pilate, who was the Roman governor. And they said, would you rather crucify a criminal named Barbarus, who was a murderer, a rapist, and a thief? Or would you rather crucify a person claiming to be God who was trying to create social change?
Neary.
He got Christian boy.
Chose. All right, man. I'll see you later.
Wait, can I ask?
Losers.
You can wave him. You can add him and wave him if you want, but I don't really do it. So.
I mean, you were putting
There are different ways to see Christ. One of the things he was trying to do is bring back the custom of the Jubilee, where you forgive the debts of the lower classes that Jews used to practice, but started practicing less more with the Pharisees. And the Lord's Prayer is forgive the debts of those who owe money to you as if you would like to have your debts forgiven. But a lot of modern Christians changed that word from debt to sin, and they kind of missed the mark on that. So I would say a lot of Christians aren't really Christians; they're subverted Christians.
So what you're trying to say when people say Jesus died for our sins, it's Jesus died for our debt?
Our debt, correct.
Okay. But I think that's even less sense than like sins. Or maybe because I've heard it so many times.
I get where you're coming from, but like it's not just sins that he died for. It's also like debt and because the forgiveness of debts is what prevents indentured permanent servitude of your family for the next 1,000 years or 500 years. And the jubilee that the Jews practiced is what was a way of preventing people from becoming permanent indentured servants. Whereas liberals think that there's nothing wrong with permanent indentured servitude.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the same concept in Islam there is for it with regards to interest. That is why
that came from like Christianity and Judaism and Sumer and Babylon way before Islam even existed.
Interest was forbidden.
Too much interest was forbidden, but instead of giving people money and welfare, what they did was
in the 16th district, this is John
Sumer, right, which is one of the oldest civilizations. You can see this in all the Near East derivative like civilizations like Babylon and so many different groups of people in that region before the Jews.
But Jews, I think they practice a lot of what is it called?
Usury, right? But as they more came to develop more when they became a minority, the Romans, and they came into Europe. And there weren't that many jobs for them to go into, so then they went into usury. Yeah. But the Catholic Church historically were against usury until they weren't, and until they weren't the power structure of Europe. And the Catholics are the last Christians to practice the Jubilee, actually, historically.
What is the Jubilee?
The Jubilee is the forgiveness of debt of the lower productive farming class so that they wouldn't be an permanent indentured servant.
But how can a church forgive the debts of farmers when the debts are with the banks?
Well, because in those times the church had a lot more influence, so they could. And then in historical Sumer, let's go back to pre-Christianity and pre-Judaism. How did ancient Near East societies practice debt forgiveness? There was two types. One was that every time there was a new coronation of a king, he would forgive the debts. And because the debts were taken, like let's say you were a poor farmer and your tools broke and you're a poor farmer, so you can't buy it, right? You would go to a local temple, which is the religious, or you would go to the king and the king's state and ask for a loan. Okay, and over a period of time, those loans would stack up, but you were still able to produce wheat productively because you got those loans. So every 7 years, or whenever a new king was coronated, all those debts would be forgiven, and you would have a clean slate again. Um, and then every 50 years, the king and the religious temples would
redistribute all the land in their society, so that people could go back to their homeland, and then allow for the free market again. And over those 50 years, the best farmers and the richest farmers would eventually have most of the land again. And this was a way to reset the system every 7 to 50 years, so that you wouldn't have permanent indentured servitude of like 3 to 4 or 5 generations of people being indentured servants to the same rich people.
So it was before Christianity, you're saying?
Yes, it was before, and then it was during Judaism, and then it was also during Christianity. The Catholic Church did have jubilees in the Middle Ages, actually, but they kept the practice going as a structure.
So you don't believe in the whole idea of Jesus died for our sins? Like if a Christian commits sin a lot of times, Hitler, and he's a practicing Christian, he won't go to heaven just because
No, there's an element of that. Yeah, there is an element of that, but it depends how you interpret it. Does that mean that your job is to never commit sin? Probably not, because we are fallen and only Jesus is sinless. So from my perspective, it's normal for humans to commit sin, but you should repent as a Christian and you should try to do better. But I don't expect everyone to be able to become Jesus Christ on earth.
Yeah, but say somebody rapes a little kid and then they die. So they, according to you, they go to heaven because they're a Christian.
Um, I'm like a little bit unsure. I don't know if it's just to believe in Christ or repenting of your sins and then trying to be a better person in this material life before you get to heaven, right? And trying to actually change your life for the better. I think that process is what makes you Christian.
And what is the concept of repentance in Christianity?
Repentance is asking for forgiveness, understanding that what you did was not a good thing, that it was bad, and that you should try to change your life so that you no longer live in that type of lifestyle.
So it's not going to a confession.
That is part of that. Yeah, like that is part of it. The confessional is part of repentance, right?
So this couple, they're like constantly like fighting all.
So what if Jesus died for your sins?
Face, crying. She chases him around town. He keeps screaming at her. It's like some comedy routine.
Because
I put him on YouTube last year. Actually, I forget it. Getting in the second fight.
Action.
He's leaving. It's like after she just cries and chases him. What? Why are you doing this? Why are you leave me alone? It's so crazy.
That action.
All right, everybody. This is my garden here in Chicago. Go Chicago. This one's dead.
So as long as
Amazon failed,
there is
this little guy here was sprouting up quite nicely.
that you are coming a little
And
bit more like this.
we're gonna try to put it in a different holder, see how big we can get it to grow. Another little succulent.
I mean,
Succulents.
our succulents are working by all recipients first if they're are more like them than of
And there's almost are they still fighting?
but I won't again. But I would say that
go to now.
having this idea of a god above you,
He's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
from your perspective as an Indian,
I don't know. Just call it a day. Like, why does the man to like also add to the drama? Can anyone explain that to me? Like, isn't that kind of
the greater ideas.
maybe he just doesn't like women or something. He doesn't like hot chicks that just like crying and just bang up and he's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face if you keep talking to me. Stop talking to me.
Like Indian gods that
Everybody,
think that and related gods, but
from the other
kind of like
think he made
fertility gods.
I have no idea. I'm almost done. So, but I mean, we worship God just to like thank God or whatever, and just to worship Him to let Him know that we are His servants and whatnot. Also, it
which roughly goes as praying is like keeping the cross clean. Sort of same thing. If you don't pray, the cross becomes dirtier and dirtier.
Yeah, so I don't understand what you don't understand about Christianity when it's similar in that respect.
No, I mean we can't be godlike. I mean that's like the more absolute the biggest sin that you could ever do is try to be godlike or something.
I would argue that if you truly and as much as humanly possible, you should be as dirty as humanly possible. You should be as disrespectful as humanly possible. But I don't think you would argue that, which means you more agree with me than you don't, ironically.
No, but following
Possible. You should, excuse me, you should murder as humanly possible, but I don't see Muslims advocating for that either, right? Except in certain
but following the commandments doesn't make you
wait, can you just agree with me like on that, or can you disagree with me on that point? Like, is the point of life to be as sinful, to be as horrible of a human being as humanly possible?
I had to figure out where there were vitals.
We can't,
Whether she was really playing something.
no,
I gave her a little bit of like, aspirin. Actually, I gave her
crisis to that degree.
Okay, can you repeat what you're saying? I'm sorry, your accent. Just
So, do you think the point of life is to be as murderous and rapist as human possible? To lie as
no, of course not.
Okay, then you are trying to be better as a fallen creature, actually. So you do agree with me, actually, that even though you say you disagree with me, actually you agree with me more than you think.
But what do you mean by fallen creature?
People can't be perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in having a debate about Islamic Christianity, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what you are saying. The guy
Read about it. Go read. There's like thousands of books on Christianity and analysis and all this stuff. You can go read those books.
Okay, fair enough. It's all.
Yeah, it's all right. Exactly. So go read. Yeah.
Hi, Gio. How is everyone?
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
So, Gio.
Long time no see.
Hi, Marsha. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Samia.
What's the topic here? We're talking about Christianity, Gio?
Yeah, PPL wanted to interrogate Christianity.
No, I was just trying to understand what you were saying. The last guy that was here, he asked a question and then Gio was answering, so I just went off of that. Hello, everyone.
Do you have any topics you want to talk about, Samia?
Yeah, I was in a room where we were having, it was like Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and it was like an interfaith conversation, and like it's the style of talking I think offends people, like because in Islam we have like da'wah, and some people find it annoying because it's like a bit Jehovah Witness. So it's like some Muslims will come across defensive because I don't know, like the religion's under attack, but it's like I think it's hard to talk to people when they're like that, right? Like, what do you guys think, like from outside?
Just witnessed with EMPI. I think like discussion between different faiths is kind of retarded. You pick a religion and then you practice it. You shall see the fruits of your religion over time, right?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think with like Islamophobia or like like you get what I mean, where it turns into
like Christian civilization should be Islamophobic, just like Islamic society should be Christianophobic, right?
Oh, they are.
Like that's
exactly.
That's the goal. Like the people who think that we can all live in harmony. Look at the history of the Middle East, right? The Muslims conquer, right, all the Christian regions, right? Christian Syria, Christian Egypt, on and on and on. The Balkan areas. Did they debate? Did they comfort?
Those aren't typical to fight
That
all
was the normal
the reason or what is happening information, the internet and social media. In the Obama times, right? All of this misinformation was building up, and it was right by the time Trump came. But there could have been other crazy motherfuckers like just as crazy as Trump who have been also come into place. So again, it's not. I don't think that there's nothing really special.
So I do think there's something special about him. I think. He managed sometimes that some before and he had 20% labor. So he was very which direction over it. One of the moments it's still actually still. It's is TV something. It's not just close out. It's just thing I've ever seen this. Piece of babies. I got this is why I think the middle of the stage Kasich is down there at like 2%. I'm at like 2.8. Oh, no. And he's at like 2. That was the only time I've seen that position. Explain to people that your place is private. Right, where you are. I speak honestly. But I think he would have expected nothing less. I was thinking if it was a free race. I pledge my banners to Rhaenyra is there. I will never serve the youth or the world. There are battles to be won. And in times like this, which I think was, so basically, I mean, the reason it's you have mustered an army aside from our judgment and taking the course from myself being reckless. Rhaenyra will just for good or ill. People wanted this to be a leader of men. If you declare yourself coward and yours will follow you. I never took you for the term clown. Knowing Rhaenyra's attention are good. What we need in this. I mean, they wanted disruption again. They think that's why. I mean, the day I saw Friday, and Harris. That's why he's, that's why he's won.
Well, that's you kind of making my point for me in terms of the time makes the man, and where Trump has an undeniable genius is he understands the attention economy, and
Chris Hayes.
People trying to rationalize like Trump winning and say that he would have destroyed Bush and Trump easily. The reason he won is because he won on live and race, right? And he would have won with 3, 2, or 10 Republicans. And that is why he's willing to be white. That's why he's able to win versus other ones. Because people are not willing to say the crazy shit that he says. And he is. That's the advantage that he has. I'm not going to white people voted for him.
Carlos, isn't that kind of what I'm saying though? Is the attention economy. He understood the old paradigm of how you run to be president could be ripped up. To Scott's point, I'm in the middle of the stage. I've got 20%. In effect, you're an idiot. You're a nobody. You're on 2%. You're at the end. Like no person running for president would have ever said such a thing. He understood. He could say that, and it would garner him more press. And also to Scott's point, I'm a traditional reader of that primary, and I think Scott's right. There were 10 potential Republicans potential Republican nominee running in that primary. And as I remember it, when he was winning in a crowded field, he was only getting about 30% of the vote. He was only making that primary with 20%. To 20, but the field was so big that that's all he needed, and his media attention and all the media kissed his ass, and it was so interesting. I mean, I remember Joe's Brzezinski. At one point, he said, "You guys have been like supporters," and Mia, they freaked out. They were like, "We're not supporters. We're just taking you seriously." He, you're absolutely. You just couldn't have it. Economy, and that the problem I have is saying that not like understanding. It's just like what like the first that I come to. It's Collicular or whatever his name is. Clavicular guy slams his jawbone with a hammer. Try to give himself a nice jaw. Mexico about this comedian who always end up like in very high positions, pretending that he is very capable, and everybody thinks like he's very capable. Like individual is still the best COVID. His collicular or whatever his like what is happening? Like, are you able to that basic calculation as a problem? If I can make the right thing, it's not what happened. It's still not right as a process that have to in a society that lacks critical thinking, right, and lacks like understanding of what is reality and what isn't. It's a liar. It's a pathological liar, and that's all what he does. He lies, and if people can distinguish lies from the truth, right? That's it. It's nothing about understanding or he's really like some sort of genius to control the masses. It's just I mean, everything is unbelievable. Right? It's us. No, that's not consistent. If you look at all the theories that feel presence, that's what has always survived. This isn't falsely deal. Says that it doesn't matter to tell every the university is saving a lot is like some mistakes. Every single thing was in terms of that way is branded on his name. And he understands the film of television because he did like 60 Minutes. He did all the old shows back in the day. And he kept his name in the media. He went to Playboy parties. He still was in the front all the time, knowing how much television matters. And then reality television, his game was as big as the brand. So like you're playing reality television to that degree. So when he went into a just success. We don't have to appreciate people these days. Voicing his opinion, he would like they told us that like Howard Stern said this and Howard Stern used to go to his and strike a master. Stern is a good. It's just trying to draw the flaming sword. It's shine the conquering. Just from the president, and that now. Either he ran the Reform Party candidate and wow, weaponizing TV, which is like because I work
I'm campaigning for the Republican side of the field, consultant, and at the presidential election level. He understood that. He said, no, yeah, he's so control. Spending years in it, every single dollar. At this point, the field was too big. So the donors were not so. So Ted Cruz was host the donor case. Like splitting it up. And the funniness is that they outspent the amount of TV time. So yeah, he was smart. His game recognition was so much better than everyone else because he stayed to the forefront his entire career. So to label him as an idiot ignores what his survival skills. That great. Saying that he understood that being on TV every day was useless again, as if that is something like that only a genius could understand or see. So it's useful to be it's good for you. You're meant to be a genius or like some kind of social interactions in media. The only thing that I'm saying is like it's an idiot. It's an idiot. The only thing that never happened is that if you notice, we're in a society that lacks with thousands of things like just right? Telling the truth. And because of that, he maintained the support through the whole thing. He came out of that stare, and the first things that he said were very like stupid stuff. And from that point, I think he was like 2% or something on the polls, and it went to 14%. Like within a week. Actually, this is where you're in the middle. He was at 20%. Wait, from the whole time. No. Before he came out of the minors, he was not in 20%. That's not true. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Like he's uncouth and crass, but I don't think he's like some Otto von Bismarck level brilliant strategist. But there is like a brilliance to some of the stuff he does, just as an emergent phenomenon. He always has been this way. Never surrender or whatever. He lives to a degree and frequency that would make any traditional politician blush, but he also, in a similar way, like tells the truth about some important things, and that's really why his star began to rise. At the same time, that there was just such feckless leadership on both sides, and there was, the professional political class had failed us, the neocons had failed us, and so people were willing to take kind of an experimental treatment for what they thought was an incurable disease. And coming down the stairs, he was fucking dead on about immigration. The wall, as retarded as I thought it was, probably would have been a good idea. Like, some of his instincts are actually spot on. And then he does lie about insane other things that, like, you're brain you do it. So immigrants, right? And this is from the Cato Institute, right? Undocumented immigrants are revenue positive for the country because they pay taxes and they don't consume services. So I mean, he's wrong on See, that's not true. These things get tortured. But no, it is true. I mean, everything down to just GDP like misses the point. Like it's always over indexed. Even if I would concede you that point, it's demoralizing. It's corrosive to like the connective tissue of a healthy, stable cultural society when there are all these carve outs for laws, when population centers and demographics shift beyond any kind of natural, 1 degree at a time evolution where people can be folded into the broader culture. So I would argue that those Cato Institute numbers are accurate, but even if they are, it neglects like certain other things that like cannot be captured just via a simple cost benefit analysis on like
financial expense.
What you're saying, Todd? Why are undocumented people from the Southern Hemisphere who are Christian, who are patriotic, why are they a drain on the culture? I don't understand.
Wasn't it like self-evident? I mean, the selective pressures for assimilation have never been lower. You cannot have an atomized. This dissolved in 1994. What's happening? So a medical doctor. Just keep that in mind for later. Now,
I'm gonna mute your offense.
I have a problem with quote unquote immigrants, legal or illegal. But when you let 10 to 15 million people in a short period of time, like that's just not a healthy thing for society. It depresses wages, it's corrosive again to morale, all these things that don't get captured immediately and neatly through some, study that's funded to.
Why does it depress morale? Tell me, I don't get that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't find. I mean, I
have like millions of people illegally enter your country. This isn't Ellis Island. Like, you cannot have the same level of mass migration when you have welfare, where immediately you can sign up for services. There were people getting flown all over the country. There were people being put up in nice hotels. Again, I don't necessarily even care, like, woe is me. From just a purely pragmatic standpoint, that's not a healthy foundation for a high trust society. And it retards people's like buy-in to like work hard, follow the rules, because there's this like gross asymmetry, which is usually again benefiting capital far more than it is the middle class. Like, this used to be something that was really important to the left at one point, and then it kind of flipped. But this absolutely depresses wages. I don't understand how that would not be demoralizing.
So if I can ask him a question, moralizing, I'm genuinely curious. Like when you say demoralize, like if you don't mind if I ask you where are you located, and when you say it's demoralizing, can you just more specifically say for who?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack. I don't feel demoralized.
Okay, but I'm not arguing on Todd's side here, but there is large precedent for what he said. If you to look at the 1840s as mass German migration to the United States and Irish, and you read the newspapers of the time, and people were worried that the specific Anglo culture of the United States was going to be lost. Ditto, you move another 50 years on from that, in the late 19th century, it was Italian migration. People were worried. The chattering classes were worried. And because they absolutely that's a precedent for what Todd's saying. Where I would disagree is that people being demoralized, and I would rephrase it to what people have done in countries all over the world when it's mass migration of people that don't look like them and or don't work like them, don't talk like them. They worry about the culture of the country changing. And that's universal. That's totally universal. 1 million Syrians after the Syrian civil war went to Germany. There was a spike in far right voting in Eastern Germany because of it, because people, rightly or wrongly, I'm not putting a value on it, were worried about so many people coming so quickly that didn't look like them, didn't have the same religion, didn't have the same cultural mores. These are age-old questions that people ask about mass migration. Dare I say it, when my folks came to England in the early 1960s, the same thing was said.
They operate in offices outside of city hall. Often identified complaints and abused by the city's police.
There were much more intense selective.
This is not a religious conflict.
Boy, software engineers.
There were
Because
there's what's it like? Was it's like consciousness exist in the country.
Hello?
Boy, such a lame. Boy, such a lame.
This is really exciting. What a dork. Anyways, in satellite television, free. We have to
Have you tried using
elder millennium.
Prices that are being presented by corporations and by contractors that are subcontracting to migrant labor. And you go to where in the United States, like the age of skilled labor is getting older and older and older, and people aren't taking up the jobs because why would you go into a field when you're constantly being undercut by migrant laborers who's here, who's doing jobs poorly, or sometimes doing it great, but often poorly, and they're charging less, and people are just going to choose to pay less. And you have the same thing with corporate farms. They're not easy people. And they're not honored from the state government. They're sharing labor because it's contracted by 7 levels. So, like for a small farmer, eventually they lose their farm, and the quiet despair that happens in this country when people sell like properties that they've done, or they sell the businesses that they've had for generations. It's happening over and over, and it's quietly been happening in places that maybe you guys aren't from. But I've seen it happen to generations of people. Like, I'm an immigrant. Like my family came over in '75, so like I'm not beholden to this. But like my family chose to assimilate. But I've seen what has happened. I'm not in Philly, but I'm from Louisiana, and I spent the majority of my life in the South or the Midwest.
Where does your family come from?
But hold on, I asked Todd earlier. Todd, where in the country are you?
Why does it matter?
Well, because it impacts what your thought process is. He's at a border.
I'm on border. But again, the demoralization thing is like very specific. Depresses wages. Also, I mean, people didn't vote for this. Like for the same reason, it was depressing to see the retarded pull out of Afghanistan in the way we did, even though I wanted us completely out of that region. No one voted to go to like war with Iran. No one voted for mass migration. It becomes demoralizing when you realize you're like functionally like a slave, and the political class not only does not listen, and there's way too much leverage to capital post Citizens United, and there was already too much leverage in that direction, anyways.
Hi, moderators. This is Alistair. Could you put me in the queue? Thank you.
I want to be in the queue too.
So the reason I ask is because the idea of the demoralization thing is something that, it's a very specific word when you hear it, right? So I was, talking.
Yeah, it's not like what's so specific. Like what is
Yeah. So if you let me finish, I'll get to it, right? So I live in New York City, born and raised in New York City, and immigrants, at least here, because someone earlier mentioned Ellis Island, right? So immigrants here have always been, despite what I actually disagree with what Royfield said, because the immigrants here have always been.
Excuse me, moderators. When I say I'd like to be put in the queue, I'd also like to be acknowledged that I exist by confirming that I'm being put in the queue. Hello?
Right. Yeah, kick this fag out too.
I'm a huge Kitover fan.
So what I was saying is that's why when you I think it is a very specific word. When you say like the country is being demoralized, words have meanings, right? So it's like maybe where you are in the country.
I said it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Did you just say kick this F word? Did I hear you correctly, Todd?
Yeah. I said it's demoralizing. Did I say it's like?
They kicked me! They kicked me! They kicked me. Oh my god.
This isn't some racist thing, or just because some
We're back.
speak directionally about something.
That's what I didn't know.
It's race against it. Like
Pony dance. Wait, told me.
healthy. Something. Society.
What
We're Daryl, like, New York City. Are you still learning with the violent history that comes with throughout the household? Like, it's not all,
I did it. No, but man, words make it, right? So what I'm still listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is immigrants.
so long. We got up to the soccer show.
If you look at the way
Everywhere.
that word one time.
They did. Yeah, I didn't even say one word.
I mean, legal muscle. These companies.
Private.
You, make two functions and and the average citizen may not they have legal aid to help them or a public defender. I mean, this is coming out in a lot of legal muscle. I again, you have to look at particulars. I think the point of the indictment is a pretty loud statement. Assassination is just with political violence in the government, and that we have laws in place about threatening president and about threatening public officials, and we should clamp down those laws and people that will threaten public officials. They say things that are in violation of federal laws.
Obviously, in large part, immigration has led to the United States. In large part, communities have gone. The 1830s, a worry of one that those only German immigrants of English descent also be this language questions.
And they're filing motions in court. I mean, they're stalling it. And that would be my gut reaction. In this case, I'm not paid too much attention to it. And I think you guys, just generally on the topic, I think it's ripe because
people coming to the
looking
which work
down unparalleled political violence right now in our country. And I think that the administration is trying to make a statement that it's not going to be tolerated. They don't have to make it. It's like what's someone is doing here, right? Like why is it not hey, I want to get this and then not you can't have this expenses. Yeah. Down that there are one of the standing animals over the great social media. We do that. Serendipity. looking at relationships. Over today in the 86-47 seashell thing. People are saying this is that were great. This is petty and big retribution. That they had any, like that. How would I caveat that? I would tell them we could go back to Obama going after the Republicans and 501c3s by conservative entities trying, Obama targeting through the IRS. I mean, we could talk. There's been targeting. There's been political targeting. I mean, surely it happened in the Russian after Trump. Many jurisdictions did you go after him? York. What's we can think of something else. The Constitution and our laws, just because they did it. That doesn't mean that we should do it now because we'll get it done. I would. All right, first of all, it seems to be the nature of the past. But I think it's a good thing, though. On the other hand, the point I was making about political violence is really important. And it's important to investigate it. And there is enough cause to invade our threats against individuals. We don't start doing that. Again, the law is there. We don't have to pass legislation. It's been what was that lady's name? Kathy Griffith when something. I mean, you stand with us. Don't people are you don't hear the truth. I hear the truth. It's the secret. Yeah. And this term is my Democrats slander. But it's like for me,
like not fighting very
we have to be shitty too. And then the perception is 86 doesn't mean dead. Not to many people. 86 means just so what was the goal of this possibility in this seashell joke? And I really do think it was a seashell joke. I mean, wouldn't this be funny? Because in the first administration in 86-44. I think it was for the 2020 election. They had that code 4586 or something like that, and nobody knew what the letters meant. And then the numbers meant, and then they said, "Oh, they're campaigning to." It's just being we're going to see what did he communicate. How did he communicate? What ancillary comments were made with that policy? Something like that within a vacuum base, $1 million. The whole picture it may have a completely different intent, and the point of the prosecutor on this is to try to throw them in the grave. to bring out what the criminal event was. If in fact there was cheating, who knows? That's going to be a question of evidence.
Yeah, no, I can't argue with that. I do think it's super funny that the White House has the picture of the King of England and Trump with the two kings. And so Comey's joke was Steve Jobs was calling for the oh, that's the last type of humor. And then the type of humor is with pretending Trump. And so, like, revolutionary Americans, people dressed up like revolutionary from the war era. That was the ultimate troll. He's one of a kind. Like, you can say a lot about it, but you cannot say is there's two of them. You can't.
Well, why would I make that up? Who would make something like that up?
I believe that people might respond that way. I've been listening long enough to have input now. So then comes the lane given the relative.
I'm just going to make an operation like, you know, it's next morning, it's happening, you know,
During inflation, people spend more or less, project there's deficiencies in the economy. It's disproportional that is happening over the last. And then you get to this. So yes, but we don't want to take strong. Suggest one generation, every single system, or from one finally so to do these like the city and wages become unacceptable.
You would be like, it's
like if you look at the numbers, like 40% unemployment, like you would most right? Which is the 4% unemployment during the divided right? Which is my point. Like, I mean, you just don't want to follow what is actually fact, right? But they also that's not like the majority of think that's not like a very good measure. Actually was right. It was like I am a better economist and I'm gonna be
So if you pay attention to they have to be very, very careful. We have to reach out to people.
Anyways.
So even if you want to figure out how to calculate so you can figure out the stat line.
So you said accurate.
So if you have a large number of skills,
it's reasonable to pay crazy.
not going to be
The thing that he said,
you have a whole group
and use that thing that he said as a point figure to justify some kind of violent action, some kind of destructive action. That's what that was the point that we made.
I'm going to answer it for the word voice.
that'll have a economy.
That would be the standard.
When there's a Biden administration, right?
With respect
It has to be the same.
Yeah. What you were saying.
Stop. It's been long
I know exactly what I'm saying. It's just
I just read quickly to the.
I didn't hear what you said because we were talking.
I think that's what it's at.
After Lee.
Serendipity made that point too. Like the gravity of Comey's job and often his public profile was not really difficult. Seems to you that he's so ethical, something to the left. What was his culpability and responsibility?
What?
Do you think
TV engagements? Let's.
Right.
I know, but do you think legally or legally? Or do you think legally?
Fine, it is protected.
So I know you don't have around thinking legally.
That goes like historically with the measure in unemployment, it shows that
No, I didn't. Thinking legally.
salary, by the way, another metric that we can use is salary is where
When it comes to around, it's a nice guy thing to do. To go on and say something that even possibly could be construed in that way.
okay.
That said, my understanding of the term comes from.
I'm not arguing
so this is and all that reason.
Well, I'm just metrics that are officially
Mix is somebody that means don't ever deal with them. It's better that they're dead. That's basically what 86 is. In the server world, there's no more of that left. Once that it's finished, it's done.
out for those
That you get
Statistic frankly again, and I think there's a habit of across the aisle when it comes to the fact their team measures the other team does something like our pros and we need to say we need to run to such a degree that those people I just think that that's the part of
Hey, hold on, that's an interesting thread I want to pull. Is it the Republican conservative ego? They were saying that, oh, well, this is not that big of a deal. We're not snowflakes like the left. We're gonna say that this is just a free speech matter and say that, yeah, he can say 86-47 if he wants, and we're tough enough to take that speech. And is that a problem? The left, like, there's that new survey out that 25 to 30% of the extreme left say that political violence is sometimes necessary. 3% of the far right or extreme right wing make that same
how you would do that
argument.
to account.
Monica, what if Trump had a meme that said 86 word salad or 86 Paris or 86 a reference to another person? What do you think? How would you react to that?
At least I like
86 was yeah, it's knowing the responsibility. Well, he's the states where the places that they're running he's running for office before he's president. He's running for
the time period where DoorDash for 40 hours a week are considered employed when they would have been working a labor union job 20, 30 years ago.
If he's just Donald Trump.
You're the obsession with forcing more time to come up with
and he had that 86 word salad. 86 hours.
Yes, unemployment is 4%, but there are problems with that metric. That's like fair for you to like how would you
I
measure?
don't know. Even when I eat either.
Metrics come out all the time, right? So it's I don't think it's
I don't
unfair.
know.
Yeah.
I just kind of want justice. Yeah, I made it. Forget it. Earlier before you got in here, I Dr. Gordon. I can hear you. You actually had tweet about it. These people on X are celebrating, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, why are you celebrating it? It's I don't think anything's so I said, I said the frustration of homie doing submission the games. Sealed us in action companies and because he's showing Joe to be considered prosecutable by the Justice Department. I don't know then hoping for justice.
Hi, Freddie.
Had done with him looking at the trees, looking up and seeing and I was like,
in your face all the time.
that doesn't even does
It's not very
You keep the only thing on. You stay with your way. I mean, that always jobs that you're secure in.
it's to try to get more time, like encapsulate or like trying to capture people that are missing is looking at people at those federal and like an inaccurate measure because like there's plenty of people that are working off books or they move to another country and they're like not reporting, etc. Something like that. So it's imperfect, but the only way to look is like you find factors versus like an actual showing up like links to people and where they're missing and where they're located. And that's like
and hey,
like you could also like
I mean,
you're right. So
retribution isn't an illegal mindset.
think
And
you do want to look
but at the same time,
like right, you get the
I can understand
the state monitoring if you're year or had consenting
like that. Sentinel to be taken out. That's a bit of a red flag. You know, I can't speak for like legality, but
into this state website
I just think
register
it ain't like
everything.
Right?
Just tell us where you
that's how we had to react. That's not right. But if your boss
always get human to do something.
put something up on social media and something happens your eyes on. So what is he feeling? I think it was what is he feeling uncomfortable we try to raise the health.
That's my purpose. Exactly. Not the middle class, but the argument that the immigrants were essentially taking the jobs, right? Because historically, right, if say comparing apples to apples, even if it's not an accurate number that you suggest, will be a correlation to what the actual is, right? So we are now for this debating era, we're having like low story.
So like it's not within again, it's just capsule. When a celebrity puts something up, the level of know that they've got to be a little bit regardless of social media of or any public figure, not in a labor figure, but just in a sense. We consider actually a public figure when they do something like that. People are inflation, like they're really curate what they put on what you're saying was 4%. When a public figure, that's that idea that he's argument like reality about the indictment on this. That's not even a half.
talking about the argument that he press the salaries, right? But if you want to talk of the broader economy, sure, bring all those things, right? Bring like what was the how much people were with respect to other years? What was the
PTR.
Well, what?
I mean, you're making this like far too simplistically. Like how you essentially so increases sapiens.
For sure, not by Donald Trump.
It was
Stave off the recession or these guys do it for $1 billion.
I think it was not the right move.
No. What would you guys think to do? You're an economist.
Well, it's kind of weird, right? I've always made an argument that we have a population that grows fast economic output, right? If we go back to like when Bill Clinton was president, when Bill Clinton was president, there was 264 million people in the country. When they go, when he's 40, you know, since the Great Depression, we've the population every 10 years, but we don't increase economic output for every human being. Have any of you guys heard the term economic stressor? If you have, I'll shut up. But if you have,
I have not.
Every human being has an economic stress. So every human being is a doctor, needs a police needs a fire department, needs someone to respond. So every human
on this whole subjective part because it's the thing about changing the Constitution. That would be the first thing I would change.
Increase we are population
because it's
we are so matching
making
output
and
for the increase
it really
in
comes from
population.
a time in England.
11 states.
There was a reason that the king did we have delivered towards it. The Lord needed Lord manner or whatever because they weren't in control of what was happening in the towards. And it was just a different time in history and why we brought that
We're not raising enough money.
Our system and embedded in the Constitution. I'm not over this.
We need to figure out how to do
I'm looking now on what he called it, but if I recall, it was like a blanket pardon
take more
from the potential charges that could arise out of their
money.
Yes, I take
specific to them, but something in particular generally
the rankings and the wages.
Someone else on stage now.
It's actually to the limitation, right?
Yeah, it's statutes for different crimes.
Where the consequences
like blank.
Like holding processing, like refineries happen, and copy goes to the Mississippi, but that money never goes into the hands of people in Louisiana because all the ownerships and the corporations have moved.
Perhaps that's the term he used, but many different officials. Someone correct me.
Louisiana.
But my point is, like, people will put states into this bucket where it's freaking matter that is not justified. They're dragging down the country and they're taking more
He did his family too.
Yeah.
He did his brothers. Then you do Frankie and Jimmy.
Don't control their resources anymore, and their ownership is in other places. Or like Todd, where they're in Newport Beach and their headquarters are in Silicon Valley or wherever else. But like all the work and all the rest of it, and it's like
That would be the justice, but it's preemptive. Right?
Mississippi, the ports, even if I have insurance. So, and it's
The most famous wine they bring up is Nixon. So I mean that was a preemptive part. I just again I've argued this before. I just think it's one of the worst things in our constitution. And I think our founders are brilliant. I don't really think we want to have an elder.
Yeah, I grew up in a refinery.
It's been used
Or so they
by science.
like refineries in Louisiana, and like full things that have off door there, like just
Because
so there
it was a
once
point in time that it probably was.
like I have already told you, the ownership, like the origin of
Well, first of all, here it's a federal park, so it's not for these times. So that's really important. I make that distinction.
like
It's not future. It's called past jacks.
companies that used to be doing business in Louisiana, they got bought out.
But
What
it's
if it's just actually you're living in church with it?
Or
yes, that's exactly what
Fees you have to pay for this time, and he earned
Louisiana
like
is
50,000.
the reality is companies people
Constitution, I guess it's a sweeping power. I'm telling you, I want to do a new amendment to the Constitution that would be.
well, it seems that the caveat is that what we find no, they're going to and so I don't know how taxes of the wealth that people talk about, like Exxon Mobil made X number of dollars at their headquarters and many are plastic companies that are based in
Jordan, just a constitution with a map that eliminates the power of party.
well, dedicated to that's the point.
There's the labor is
Like
maybe I'm asking. There's the labor.
You never have people who are incarcerated for hour liberating people from incarceration. Federal crime. Reagan takes that's true. Long, so like all capital. You're saying get rid of that even.
I'm just saying it doesn't make it made sense in its time in English history when the crown
My dad just
was not monitoring and aware of what the magistrates were doing in the different fiefdoms around England. It made sense. Go read the history of where it came from. It doesn't make sense. Our our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. And we have a justice department, and it doesn't historically it makes sense. To me, I don't see it today. Someone argue with me and tell me that I'm wrong.
So I can see certain contexts where it could make sense in one-off situations with people reading criminal charges that they were convicted of are no longer.
I mean, what
popular.
Let's say, Daryl, you're one of the smartest guys I know.
Or if there's a murdering the evidence is very disputable because the legal system the person ran out of like I know there exist other means to do not ability to commute sentences. Certainly is inherently best but if you have presidential
if we want to talk about bringing back
powers, right? If we talk about call it, China is the world's manufacturer.
Need to, at a minimum, restrictions. For example, not being able to pardon members of your immediate family, and not being able to pardon members of your administration for crimes that they may have committed through the
which is why we're talking
course of
here.
their
It's talking about
capacity as
jobs that Americans want to
there have to be some levels of because it's in itself not
I disagree with you because if new evidence came out in a case, you could seek trial, you can motion the court based on new evidence. Our legal system enables one to go to like a really good process when circumstance like comes out. Not only pardon, but he committed 37, was it 27 or 37 death row? I mean, people that were killers, children killers, from death row, their sentences because he didn't believe in the death penalty. So, so you'd have to also look at commutations as well, and then governors have pardon powers as well. I mean, it's on a state level, it's different. Just generally, you would maybe you need to fine tune those legal process and with respect to something like new evidence.
I'm disagreeing with the death penalty because
agricultural were skills. Why don't we substitute farmers to the levels that
What's his reason? Did he ever give his reason?
I just think Catholics don't believe in the death penalty. It's
have more people
inadmissible according to
than we have economic
tax
output for it.
dignity.
And I think really needs to figure out how to be
Position of it? I didn't know that. That's his ancestor? No, it's not. It's not. It's a the
Don't ever
Pope
say it.
personally against it, but he didn't. Infallibly that this is a
about everything.
Francis ordered a revision of the catechism.
It is not a sin to kill somebody in the course of
Marshall, you're fine.
Catholics don't even Catholic. I mean, that's the story. But capital punishment as you can.
But in 2018, Pope Francis ordered a revision to the catechism in paragraph 2267 to formally state that the death penalty is inadmissible.
Is Donald Trump
That's got nothing to do with your faith. No, it's got nothing to do with my faith. I can believe in the death penalty. And I
am saying that the church itself
here's my thing, right?
Is like we saw because it's reasonable for any Catholic to write that position. Catholics are in a position to have
sleep eating.
Excellent. Good. We agree on that.
Like 5 years ago.
Waiting. I was taking it was the Catholics.
Believe you guys according to the church to
Yes, it's true. Yes, it is. Absolutely it is.
Well, Catholics on an individual basis, I mean, opinions they hold in their nose.
He has kept
The church itself does have these opinions. These different levels of importance on that the church says. The church says it. And so,
and you're right. The legislation
a very easy wave for as death row people as he wants to say that it's simply a matter of his religious belief.
This is a great fight, that we ended it in a resolute way, and we're all happy. And I agree with you. And back to your regularly scheduled programming on Comey.
So I think
If he really presidential sentences, put in the chair, it's something that has to happen.
I just got here. I thought that it was the Comey getting, his sentence to administration getting out of jail. Anyway, I'm going back to the listings. I simply like I want it. It's crazy, because you know.
Yeah, I said Catholics or the Catholic. Here's the fun that I would say if we ever this the RCC as an institution. I don't know if you play poker, right? Like sometimes you win hands, and I think that's how Trump is. There's more hands he wins by far. But he wins some big hands. I don't think it's skill.
So am I.
I think once in a while,
The Catholic Church accept the Old Testament. I'm missing something.
I've got him enemies. CIA buddy who lives in New York.
I don't know. I'm not a Catholic, so I don't know how it's
Now he gets like speak to the best thing from CIA. CIA is she. So yeah, everything, right? And so it's like between we have this, there's not people ever put in writing and sure the security's okay, because these at least he's running. He's like because everyone
We have a whole
conflict
thing Steve came out with. It's very popular. It's
every analyst. Nobody
to obviously to read.
It is wrong understanding. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought you said. Yeah. No, I'm sure there are people that has but they have made it so that Mosaic law no longer necessarily applies.
Yeah, but he's also fulfilled the promises he has taken. That's what we sort of test. But here, say that was a good explanation, better than mine.
So
I'm also trying to cross thread different branches of
every analyst. We do this, we're going to shut down the strait.
So going back to pardons,
We do it. He does the press.
you follow now. Still give me a reason where
Because every analyst
necessary to have power.
saying that not only knows
If they know that gets it, he's talking happy and
right.
mostly arguing for the sake of argument because I already put my hand and indicated that I agree with you. I think that they should.
Again,
A
like
minimum.
months ago, someone went to his market. They put $2 billion.
I think that there are arguments to be made as
We've got it. You look at what this actually so China is that so oil like making really pushing everything goes on. So someone would how long can I rent?
I mean, you could have legislation. Assume you don't have that power. You could have legislation that could come into play that sentences certain under was deemed a crime at that time, and now it's not a crime. So that making senses are implicated, or what's coming into my head when I'm sorry, what? Go away completely when they're expunged. Yes, thank you. And you can have circumstances like that where you have legislation that would cover and something was considered not, and then over time has become accepted. That might make sense. The cover was like, I don't know. I just really limited foreign power in those circumstances.
Another one says law is general and justice is particular. Who was taking in all of this imperfect sentence, and then judges sentence with a framework that may later look excessive and just.
I think it makes sense to make sure people like seeing this dollar behind the thing and provide a
constitutional, it's going to get challenged. So you can't write too broadly.
Against like some of these still are already. I like it if it's Republican. I don't like it if it's Democrat.
It's not criminal, but in the civil realm, you've got Chevron, and Chevron is exactly why that happened. Overly broad and gave the APA too much leverage. I feel like a commutation allows the constitutional system to acknowledge that the conviction may stand, but the punishment has become too harsh. Which I think is important in areas with
by statute.
You could, but is also notoriously more difficult to do when sometimes you've got a situation that's a little bit more urgent than that.
I don't know. I broke this down the other day. U.S.
I know of a point. I'll tell you a story. I know. It's a famous person here in Vegas. So he owned, or his family now are the heirs to this newspaper in town, and other
it's between
industries, very developers, etc. So in the 40s, after World War II, he was involved in getting troops to Israel for the War of Independence. So smuggling parts of airplanes through Czechoslovakia, Panama, the fuselage and all that with the actual airplane parts to build out airplanes to form an air force, and also getting guns over there to help them fight the War of Independence. Because it was here in this particular geographic area, as the guys had ties to organized crime, he was able to access and mobilize weapons and get loads of weapons from various crazy groups around the world, different countries, and actually to smuggle into Israel. War of Independence happens. Obviously, the rest is history. He was convicted back then. I mean, we are very swiftly some of the sanctions, and which is weird because many years later, his son happened to be roommates with Bill Clinton in it was law school or college, one of the two. And Clinton pardoned this man. And took away 6 times, I was like, 60 years later or whatever, it was a pardon. It just made me think of somebody now that was before he comes out, so we have changed it. We don't have a deal, but the damage is kind of already done. Someone made it. It was a crime back then. Something wasn't done. Well,
I feel like
I don't know if that makes any sense. Like that story, but
Hamilton's defense in Federalist number 74 is also a good one, which is, if I recall correctly, the criminal codes are necessarily severe. However, without some easy access to mercy, justice can become cruel. And that's the principle of, not invoking cruel and unusual punishment. So it boils down to the idea that the legal system needs to have a deliberately non mechanism for mercy because I will as written.
15th cousin to John Wilson has written as you go ask an AI.
And so with the court being
it's about 100%.
there are convictions that
So
maybe
congratulations.
disagree with, maybe the president probably this with, and it can be in the personal.
At some point, yeah, I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace. It's
hypothetical that I think might
the post, I have another post in my stuff, the one that he posted like 2 days ago, is him comparing, I don't know, some statue, I guess, that belonged to Americans
on themselves.
Very close in his own post that he shared.
Do a
the
little
clouds are
Atlanteans after their trial.
It's a lie. It's AI generated. So that's 2 days and two stupid posts. And then to go back 3 days ago, Donald Trump posted an
Aston tried
social media. There's a dotting and
there's on death row, based on.
It's funny though, right? When Biden left the White House.
okay, so say that someone else could chime in to be doing all the talking here, but that you could mitigate that in front of the jury. What the criminal intent was at the time, and what the provocation, and to mitigate some of the crime. I mean, it doesn't mean this is statute when you committed a murder or an act of violence that through the process of a jury or a trial that would might justify not justify the act, but make it words. I don't know. I agree with you, but I think it's more important people with this.
You can have blame your elections for doing dumb shit.
I would say that in your example, Freedom, use the alternative to part,
right?
But
My concept,
even if the jury is
like easier to get reelected.
take your
don't have to
show up. I'm making the same. So there are ways for them to the price that they actually did it, but there are circumstances that the law can't deal with. I know. So what
Historically, maybe you have conservative
attorneys to provide ineffective counsel. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. And have you ever known just to get things wrong?
Who's gotten things wrong?
Judges things
every minute.
Right. And do juries occasionally get things wrong?
Yes.
Right.
But that doesn't change our system, and that the system is a system that works, functions. It's going to have inaccuracies, but if you have ineffective counsel, there are ways to redress that wrong. You can go back to court and petition for a new trial if you had ineffective counsel. If the judge was biased, you appeal. You have a process of appeal. If a verdict is also appealable, if information was not vetted properly through the jury process. I mean, we have within our system, embedded in our system, the ability to question those wrongs and to redress those wrongs.
That's
I'm sorry, guys. Where's my?
I do have a question for both of you, but we'll let bring this because Abby, you were talking way too much.
No, guys,
Yeah,
I want to watch TV.
no, I like you, Abby. I like you talk. It's fun. What if for presidential pardons that it wasn't a sole executory executive kind of thing, where they could decide they want to, but they have to get it signed off by someone else. It has to be countersigned. I don't know who exactly would do that, if it's a person or if it's a body. Would that make it? If they make choice of who gets put up, but they don't get the final choice of whether they get the pardon or not.
So like it goes to the Speaker of the House or something like that.
I was thinking that was actually my first thing, but I was thinking maybe it'd be better if it was somebody that was nonpartisan, or I mean, they could be at a party, but even like
Chief Justice.
yes, the Chief Justice could do it. That would be actually that would be the best because they're actually supposed to be nonpartisan.
You still have to amend the Constitution to do that.
I was looking for a workaround. That was not, forget that one.
you know, if we're doing a constitutional amendment anyway, perhaps it has to be agreed on by multiple parties. Maybe it needs to be both a uh, needs to be somebody who is a representative from all three branches. That might be good.
You know, a lot of people who believe in this minimum basic income, George Bush and Trump issued checks to every American. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? So what I'm trying to say is, even though we're $40 trillion in debt, we can't necessarily delete it. But what we can do is just issue checks to Americans, and that means you have to be in the social. Hello? Hello?
The Matrix.
I can't hear you, Johnny. You're gonna have to leave and come back.
Representative fucking died because he's usually got some good shit to say, but I couldn't hear him.
Please don't do that.
Hello? Hello?
What brought this pardon thing on? What was the genesis of this?
The pardon thing, because we were
Yeah.
talking about Comey and talking about whether he was pardoned when Biden went and pardoned everybody. We were talking about all the people in government that Biden pardoned. I was talking about that, and the question was whether Comey was in the grouping of Adam Schiff and all the people that were pardoned under Biden. That's
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but that wouldn't cover his seashell 4786 thing because that happened after Biden was long on president. So that doesn't help him, even if he was. Was he on the list? Was he pardoned?
I don't know. I never got to check.
But it won't help him with the problem he's got right now.
So what? Are you saying you don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
Pardon? Were you asking me or are you asking Abby?
Either.
What's the question again?
You don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
I actually on the fence on this thing. I actually like the idea of pardon but it's mostly I'm not usually emotional about stuff. But I just want to make sure that if I ever needed it, I want to be able to do it, and I don't want to give it up.
Right.
Were you thinking like when the guy's on death row and they call the governor like right before they pull the switch, like that kind of thing?
No, I was thinking that
I'm asking serendipity then.
No, I mean, governors have the right to pardon.
Right, but don't they always call the governor? Do you remember the scene on the Jim Cagney? Call the governor, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's a state crime. It is a
Well,
state.
that's what she's asking. She's asking that question.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, that kind of goes along with my emotional argument. Other than that, I'm in agreement with you, and I think Brigham was in agreement with you too. It's just too easily abused because there aren't even really any standards of who you pick.
Yeah, I think that Joe and I are probably more aligned on the issue than Abby and I are, but I broadly agree with Abby. Seems odd to me is that when they wrote the Constitution, they tried to get rid of all of the, especially the Bill of Rights. Afterwards, they tried to get rid of sort of all the bad habits of the monarchy system. And the one thing they left was this notion of giving pardons. It's sort of like this king. The one sort of thing left for the president, you could say for governors, is this king thing. I wish it was done at the sort of House of Representative level, where it would be based on sort of the will of the representatives of the people, as opposed to a single person which has no check.
Well, Yakov is and I'm just glad that they didn't keep the other side of that coin. Off with his head. I'm glad they didn't keep that part.
No, I mean, if you look at the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all everything up to pretty much the Ninth Amendment, they're all to rectify things that we didn't like that the British did.
No, you made a very cogent argument. I made a really bad joke.
Sorry, I didn't guess. I have a hard time with humor, but I just don't understand why we have this whole thing left over from a king, which is the ability.
It's not in the bill. I mean, it's in Article 2. It's not in the.
Yeah, I know it's in the Constitution.
But my point was where it came from, and the whole climate of England at the time, and why they had pardons, and it made sense historically. It just it's changed now. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. In those days, that was the fear that the monarchy didn't know what the magistrates were doing.
I think there would have been a better. If I was reading the base Constitution, I would have put it with the House.
What I think it's valuable to keep. It's not so much with heinous crimes where people are killed or maimed or hurt really badly. I think it's more with white collar crimes because the courts do even a worse job with that. Because they don't understand financial crime, most judges, and certainly most juries. And there you can have a miscarriage of justice, and it can look like rich guy got richer, put him in jail, and he really didn't deserve it, but there was enough evidence to convict, and somebody actually says, you know what, this guy really didn't deserve to be in jail for this financial crime. Let's get a pardon for him, either at the state or the federal level.
I agree with that too.
Hey, I get a question for Abby. Can you hear me, Abby?
I see in the matrix.
Hello? Hello? It says Representative Rokana says that Benjamin Netanyahu in the Situation Room is a betrayal of the American people. Do you agree or disagree?
The gal on the app that was in the Situation Room, what's her name? Victoria, in the Situation Room together?
I'm not sure. I think Victoria's Situation Room could be on the 23rd floor of a psychiatric holding facility.
I don't like Rokana. I don't follow him. Sorry.
So Rokana was hanging around with girls with Victoria's Secret. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes, with Victoria Rokana in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I'm voting for Thomas Massey in 2020.
Wait, do you see there's a really good guy running against Massey. He's a war hero, veteran, like wonderful, smart guy.
Abby, he won't even show up to debate Massey. Massey is destroying him. But obviously this guy has billionaires backing him. But Come on, Abby. I mean, one guy's
It's got a lot of people behind him. He's
not.
very
I mean,
popular.
all the statistics that Massey puts out shows that Massey's going to win. I very much doubt that this guy's going to beat Massey, and it's going to make Massey so much more powerful than he already is. I mean, you got to realize that Massey and Ro Khanna have made over 50 people. Massey and Ro Khanna have been very successful. They have brought down over 50 people. 50 people have had to retire because of Massey and Ro Khanna's Epstein file release. Hello?
Who has polling in that district?
Um,
No, Necro? Can you pull it?
I have looked at it all. So that's always been. He's always been his own man, so I don't see it.
I just got it very. Let me see if I can pull up some recent polls.
Yeah, I will be stunned if there's any person in this district that will like Massey more. That likes them more than Massey.
I'm 182 points away from being 1% karma.
You know, let me ask you, Joe, do you think karma is reciprocal, or do you think karma is just action and doing in itself? That there is no cause and effect from karma? Do you think people misidentify, don't translate karma correctly?
Karma comes from the gods through the app.
So what you're saying is Reed Hoffman's plantation, we're all just plantation workers serving Reed Hoffman. Okay.
You know, I actually looked up Alistair Raleigh. I liked who he was. I didn't really like you prior to that.
Oh, you hated me?
And the primary is, this is in the primary, and it's May 19th.
So wait, let's go back to the fact that Albert hates me, but now he likes the poetry.
Yeah, no, I like who you're putting up. I don't necessarily hate you. I just think, I see why you do what you do, but I don't actually enjoy how you do it.
Oh, I see. You mean you don't like my mockery of people on this app who are worthy of mockery?
Well, I think you mock everybody. I don't think you mock specific people.
It's not true. I don't mock everybody. Some people I actually appreciate and listen, and they provide incredible analysis and thoughtful insight that I had never heard elsewhere. I'm an information addict. Hello?
Well, I'll talk more for you than John. I'll say more things going forward so that you can enjoy it.
Thanks, Joe. Just stop wearing makeup and everything will work out. Am I gonna get cake?
I like how you don't choose to reveal your age, Joe, because you said you don't want people to think you're too young.
It's true. I don't want people to judge me for my age. It's not a good thing. I mean, they're gonna wait for me to grow up or think when I've gotten to a certain age that they can listen to me. I don't think I need to do that. It's unnecessary.
I was sure he was talking about me.
Can we get back on topic and talk about this corrupt police officer, Goomba James Comey, one of the most corrupt law enforcement officials in American history? Hello?
He's not a Goomba. The mafia would not take him. He's not even Italian.
I mean, listen, his daughter, she didn't even have to file with the National Merit Board. She's going straight to trial. And I have personally also filed an EEOC complaint against federal employees for violence at the workplace, sexual harassment, etc. But what I'm trying to say is that James Comey is so corrupt that thank God Trump fired AG Bondi, and now we got a real man who's going to take down a corrupt cop, because James Comey deserves to go to jail. And I can't wait for him to go to jail. I will have a party and we will celebrate here on Clubhouse when James Comey reports to jail. Hello?
You'll put the jail because of the shells. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, there's a hell of a lot more than shells. Apparently, you people forgot about Russiagate. And, I live in Chicago, Illinois.
Indictment is about.
Oh, really? Well, the indictment expands as soon as we get him in some cuffs and his disgusting daughter. These people are traitors, they're criminals, and I can't wait for him to go to jail.
The original knife.
Oh, the original indictment. It's just the shells.
The shells are actually a better case than you might think, but I still think it's about 50-50. And a 50-50 works really good for the defendant.
Okay, just because you think it's shells, and I'm going to now run a query, and we're going to get an extract of the key points from the indictment. Please hold.
Yes, you do that real quick.
No, take your time and get it right.
I'll wait. It has absolutely zero to do with Russiagate.
Deputy, I've spoken more today in this room than I spoke in the last.
I know you have. You came in as a hot Catholic. And still wrong about this indictment, but we love her anyway.
I'm just looking for the following Massey.
Yeah, I mean,
For an incumbent to be under 50% makes it competitive. So we'll see. He's got the edge on it, but it's definitely competitive now.
yeah.
Like 14% undecided in that district, something like that.
Okay, so I got the extract from the Comey indictment.
Yeah, Massey's below 50%, but yeah.
Okay, are you ready for the Comey indictment? Because it has nothing to do with shells. That's just the fake news. Are you ready? Do you want to know the charging language for count one? Or no? Too much? Okay, this is charging language for count one. False statements, 18 USC 101A2. On or about September 30th, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the scumbag defendant James Comey Jr. did willfully and knowingly make a materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statement in a matter within the jurisdiction of the legislative branch of the government of the U.S. by falsely stating to a U.S. senator during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that he, James B. Comey Jr., the scumbag, had not authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports regarding an FBI investigation concerning person one. Charging statement number two, explanation why the statement was allegedly false. That statement was false. Because as James B. Comey Jr. then and there knew, he in fact had authorized person number three to serve as an anonymous source in news reporting regarding an FBI investigation concerning person one. Number three, violation clause for count one, all in violation of 18 USC 100. Number four, charging language for count two, obstruction of a congressional proceeding, 18 USC 1505. On or about September 30, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the defendant scumbag James B. Comey Jr. did corruptly endeavor to influence, obstruct, and impede the due and proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which an investigation was being had before the Senate Judiciary Committee by making false and misleading statements before that committee, all in violation of 18 USC. Violation clause for count two. The full indictment is only 2 pages. Anyways, that's it. So nothing about shells. Hello?
That's the old indictment.
What?
Doesn't 86 have multiple definitions?
Yeah, we talked about that a bit.
So I don't know if you missed through.
The new indictment is that he knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States.
Maybe just wanted him removed from office. Like, it's just crazy.
So, your indictment search, please start.
Okay, I'm putting in a new one. Tell me the top 10 extracts from the latest James Comey indictment. 4.26.26. It came out 2 days ago?
Maybe I have the wrong, maybe it's the 8.
Okay. And I'm tagging Comey on X. It's going to be exciting. Here we go.
Going after Kobe, they shoot after Bondi too, though.
Here it is. I got it.
Yep. Thomas Massey says he's going to go after Bondi.
You bring against her.
Tab 1, May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, James Brown knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, and that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells. Oh, look, seashells is in the fucking indictment. Just like I said, arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 87 or 871A, Count 2, on or about May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Bryan Comey Jr., knowingly and willfully did transmit interstate and foreign commerce a communication contained the threat to kill the President, Donald J. Trump, specifically by publicly posting a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of intent to do harm to President Trump. Any more questions?
Could you read it faster next time?
Yeah, I have the actual indictment and I'm looking at it, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So this is amazing. It really does deal with making threats to the president. And the fact that he's the head of the fucking FBI making sigil death threat, homicidal ideation statements about killing our president. I can't wait for this motherfucker to go to jail. He's going to fucking jail, baby.
That is seashells.
It's like to read. It's very
That's what I said. There was an old indictment that was dismissed without prejudice, and this is a new indictment, and they are completely different. I have no problem with the original indictment. I have every problem in the world with this new indictment.
Do you think people should be allowed to threaten the president?
I think we have a situation of free speech being targeted here because there is a lot of discrepancy about what 86 means. And the general reference for 86 is remove, not eliminate or kill.
So your concerns are free speech? Are you delusional? Your concern is for free speech? That's not your concern. It's not free speech. That's not what you're concerned about.
For over 100 years, and James Comey should have to defend himself if that's what it is.
How do they prove intent that he intended killing versus intended?
You look at the circumstances, look at what, I mean, that's how you present evidence. You have to obviously discover and see other social media posts. You have to see whether there were emails or texts or anything that would express the intent for harm. I mean, you have to build your case. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. And if they
why not own it? You have a massive case of TDS, which it sounds like you do, then you're biased. They did a survey of Democrats after the assassination attempt, and fully 1/3 of them were upset that the assassin wasn't able to kill Trump. So chances are 30% the Democrats on this call want Trump dead, which means you have a massive TDS, but you also are biased in your view towards things. And just own it. It's okay.
I'm explaining how Mark. I'm explaining how evidence works in a criminal trial. What does that have to do with TDS? What he just asked me. I was just explaining how they would prove, how you would prove this. You have to show the mens rea of some type that there was an intent, or if you look at it, and I was trying to look at it almost from a negligence standpoint on what would be foreseeable, because that's what we were talking about before. Is he still in here?
No, I wasn't talking about you, of course. I'm saying like in general, so many Democrats are so crazy right now with their brain not fully functioning that they have to be able to world that they are doing you and me. Like everyone here will just sound like, like no matter what, it's Trump's fault, Trump's a criminal, Trump's a bad guy. So Comey, of course, is innocent because, he's on their team. And it's just such a boring.
There's nobody on this stage right now that's a Democrat. They're all Trump supporters.
Now, girl, that.
And NAFTA wants to indict Bondi, so I'm reading what you would be indicting her for, Necro. So can you be specific on what criminal act? The indictment would mean criminal. So explain to me how you would put together your indictment that you're suggesting on Bondi.
I think there's a legitimate case that she violated the Epstein Transparency Act by not releasing by the deadline. And of course, also her leaking the names of the victims against orders.
Okay, but let's talk about what the Transparency Act, what was her reason at the time that what was released got, I mean, was there national security reasons? What was the reason that was given?
Well, that was the thing, never got it, right? Is there criminal statutes behind the Epstein Act?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
No, there is. It's law. It's actually law that was passed, and by not performing according to the statutes and the laws, they actually violated the law. AG Pam Bondi, who Trump fired because she's a failure.
Yeah, but that'd be a violation. It wouldn't be put her in jail, correct?
It takes a future AG to bring those charges.
It could very well be administrative.
You'd have to look at is there an abusive process? I mean, I'm trying to understand what criminal act.
Yeah, that's a good.
So I'm struggling with that.
You have to look at the actual Epstein Transparency Act and then determine. Again, it's a future AG that will have to bring these charges. Again, this is all just. This is a happy. It's just prosecutorial, objective. It's the future government if they want to do something. It's not abusive process. It's the fact that it's going to be, it's political. If somebody wants to bring charges against her in the future, that's what it's going to be. If she gets a pardon, she gets a pardon. Again, it'll have to be political.
I'm missing what I'm asking.
What would they charge her with?
Do you want to try this?
They wouldn't charge her with liability to be sued by the victims, but they wouldn't be. Criminal statute behind it. Oh, it's under the retard act. I'm a retard complaining, scumbag. That's what it is. Why we try to take it serious?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But she's got immunity. She has immunity from stuff with anybody that was named in there.
But Mark, the Epstein Transparency Act. There were serious repercussions from this act. Over 50 people resigned their positions, and one of them was a Pritzker. So there were a lot of people that got fucked up by this release, and they had to resign their positions and resign in disgrace, completely separated, no pensions, all kinds of consequences from being in these files. And those people have suffered.
She did get fired.
I'm talking about the perps who were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, not at AG Bondi. Hello? Did anybody spend any fucking time going through these files? Am I the only one that looked through the files? Hello?
I don't know why you're screeching like a banshee. You know you get my time on the stage.
Stop projecting, Monica.
Of Bomb Serendipity, the host with the hostess with the mostess in this public space. Please share some love with her. We are combating negative karma, and she deserves every bit of laughter and love we can provide her. Also, welcome Bima to the stage. Nice to see you.
He was the best mod on the app. I just like my favorite mod. Okay, so just going through this, if you want to she was in contempt of Congress? Is that where you're going with it? Like, I'm trying to understand where the obstruction of justice comes in, because that's where she would have to be criminally obstructing justice in the Bible.
Like I said, I think there's legitimate grounds. But I am not the person who's done the extensive investigation, so I can't charge her. So.
Well, I don't know if
So I can't charge her.
well, they're bringing charges against Dr. Fauci's laboratory assistant, who was helpful in bringing the COVID-19 vax disaster to America and the rest of the world.
Do you have proof on that, like an article?
Yeah, let me put it in the link. There's also this thing called Google, and you could also, try to search for what I'm talking about. Hello?
See the Matrix again?
Yes.
Yeah, leave the room again and come back.
I know there's a lot of buyer's remorse for those who got vaccinated. You made a bad decision and you were lied to, and that's okay. I
In a minute.
you're suffering.
Way you left to OPEC? Is it just a fight with Saudi and UAE?
I think about those lines, Mark. I think that the whole shipping line, that they're gonna, the intent originally before October 7th that the Saudis had to try to build a line almost going all the way through to the port of Haifa, like in that direction. And everything got screwed up after the 7th, but I think the UAE may be looking at that transportation route. They talked about putting a rail line in. I think it opens up trade going in that direction. I don't know. What do you think?
I get what I'm asking. I'm not sure, but it does seem like maybe it's a little spat between Saudi and Riyadh, and UAE. And where maybe Saudi's sort of growing colder on Israel, and UAE is obviously warmer. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they have been warm, but I don't know. Can we just not to the Middle East right now? I know, no offense, Mark, but like we were on something here.
Yeah,
we're staying domestic tonight a little bit. So can we just go back to, where's Necro? Is he still here?
No, he just went to the gym. He's going on a date with a tranny tonight. Abby, what is it about Thomas Massey that you hate so much? I know he doesn't want to fund Israel and he's a schmuck, but like, what is he
does with the Republican Party? I mean, what don't I like about him? Wasn't he trying to Republican proposals that come down to a hair of votes, and he can't vote with the party, including important fiscal, just various different types of legislation that he just on principle opposes, and it's problematic for the party, and so that's why I don't like him.
Didn't he wasn't he gonna work with who's that dipshit? Yeah, to increase the number of fucking number of H1B1 immigrants that will come in from fucking India.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind parts of him. I understand he's more libertarian, which I can stand them to a degree, but he's I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, to be honest.
Maybe you should go to his X account. You can go to his Instagram account. You can go to his YouTube account. You can read his content. He puts out a lot of content, and all this ad hominem projection. And just you guys aren't critiquing his content, his thoughts, his opinions, his economic philosophy, his legal philosophy. I mean, you guys have said nothing specific other than I dislike him.
I care that he's a member of the Republican caucus and he fucks them over. That's what I care about. I'm sorry, but one dude in Kentucky is not, to me, should not be determinative of whether legislation can get through, and he purposely goes against his own caucus. on a regular basis. Just look at his voting pattern.
I appreciate that part. Like, I'm somebody who did not care about the Epstein files. Fucking retarded people fixated on it. But, you know, to be fair, the president did release them when he was running. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, no, so don't do what this is enough.
Okay, this is Trump America. This is Alistair. We just I have a vow now. I won't actually spend any time in any rooms with Pepe anymore if he's speaking. I don't want to hear his voice anymore. And that's that.
Again. And so, like, I ended up talking to the cops for the bad thing, right? We got a ticket out of the deal. And, you know, that was about it. They let you off, but they just didn't do anything. Yeah. I'm typing a grinder in my car, and I, like, had not been smoking, but it smelled like weed. And the cop, like, pulled me over and confiscated my pipe and grinder. It was like, you're lucky that you didn't have any weed. And the thing I've thought about to this day was that there was weed loaded in.
Ability and accountability is number 2.
And I talked to the law. And so I got away with it. But those incidents are few and far between, like 7 and 10 years ago. Don't do that stuff, man. One time when I was in undergrad, we were smoking in my friend's car. Like, on campus, we had, like, going out to, for the day, and we had come back before we head back to our dorms, let's smoke up, right? And so we were smoking in his car. This is before weed was legalized in California. So this is in 2015. And so they were smoking in the car, and for some reason, LAPD gang unit posted. Yep. And it whooped them, bro. Yeah. It's but they still need a 3-2. Not make most people want to go out and kill the fucking president. I mean, that's just somebody that he's somebody who I don't think is it's likely an issue with him in general.
My baby Mariam is here. My baby. Oh, my beautiful baby is here.
They have views that are like not popular and like I don't like I've never planned to go out and like start like beating up people or alone doing a terrorist attack. I mean, it's fucking crazy. But people that do that, and I think they have all throughout time. And I think like when people try to this is kind of I don't like seeing the right use this whole what they call stochastic terrorism argument where even saying not so nice things about some will lead people to kill people, and it's dehumanizing. I mean, it can be at times, but for the most part, like no, we don't. I don't. I don't think we should be like a bunch of leftists and
No, I don't know. What's the point again?
understands that it's a problem, but it keeps propagandized. So, in other words, what is the solution? That we end up basically clamping down on the speech that
No.
you feel would have led to somebody trying to execute him?
No, sure that we provide information that's accurate to the people so they know that Trump is not a pedophile.
Okay, so how do you do? But then that means you have to stop. He's a pedophile.
No, I don't have to stop it. I have to mock it. I have to tell them it's stupid. I have to tell them that they're only seeing part of a story and they're swallowing hook, line, and sinker, and it's a huge problem.
Okay, well, turn around and say that you're brainwashed. You're that's what the term deal with. They're not going to be some of your side collaborates that are
Therefore, you go with that because again, Trump said, "Let's go to the Capitol and fight like hell." They were super standing. And it's not what about it is it would be a prime case in point in which it would give leverage and power to the other side to be able. You said it's my because you ain't confident because you're sensitive that you don't have that. It's like,
To your point, Mark, like, I just don't understand, like, why people see the right social say Trump making comments on social media about wiping out civilization is just a big deal. And in terms of very ambiguous post because of what the meaning of 86 could potentially represent is something that's worthy of us and spending our federal health years. Yet, like, we all wanted to make it. Trump talked about, wiping out civilizations because we know he's hyperbolic. We know he says outrageous things. We make excuses for his outrageous things all the time. And yet, by the same token, oh my God, somebody's trying to kill Trump. And I mean, we certainly didn't file charges against Gretchen, what's her face when she wore the little pin that included 86, was it 8645 or 8647? I mean, she did exactly the same thing.
So Sarah, can I give you context? Maybe help you with this. Serendipity. This. I'm going to go back to like early days on Clubhouse, trying to this to people. We actually have a standard. I mean, whatever happens to Comey, it's still going to go through the Brandenburg test. Thank you. Who said that? Yes. Okay. So Brandenburg test, 2-prong test. The speech must be intended to cause illegal activity, and the speech must be likely to cause immediate illegal activity. Those are the prongs. It has to be intended, and it has to be imminent that it's going to happen, and intended for that to happen. That's our test. Thank you, Peppy. God, why didn't you become a lawyer? You picked up on this. So, I know you know that.
The same lesson would be said because now if a Republican in the future says go fight like hell and something happens off of it, they could be held if we allow this.
Well, let's talk about. But this test got tested over and over in the courts many times. It actually got loosened more than when Brandenburg happened. And Brandenburg was a Ku Klux Klansman who stood up in front of a bunch of Klansmen. And the question was, did he incite the violence? Did he have the intent to have them go take down the Black community? And was there a likelihood they would do it? And the court said no, that it wasn't incitement. So, and again, it became even more and more harder to prove incitement over the years. So in this scenario, it's interesting what you say, serendipity, because ultimately it's going to go back to if his intent was to dog whistle or to get people to react to it, knowing that there's a strong possibility that there would be the reaction, then it's going to be tested under that test. It's our law. I mean, and you guys can Google it. Where's my co-counsel Pepe? You go Google what happened in the case law post Brandenburg. How we look at whether that dog whistle is going to bring imminent harm and the likelihood of it. All right, now.
No, Pepe, add that to your bio, bro. That's on the resume.
He's good.
It's my understanding that's why you can use vague threats. Like, for example, kill Whitey, total N-word deck, gas the you know who's. Now, horrible language, you know, the social consequences will be severe for saying that publicly. But, okay, let's just use the last example, gaslight the troops. So that means you're doing something you don't need to be doing. If you're ashamed of who you are and what you're doing, stop doing it. Point blank. You worry about somebody gonna tell your business. Sometimes, young men, these ain't all the way there. That's are you here?
Hello, my baby Mariam, my darling. The Lambert penitential then.
She has no background in DC. So what are you talking about?
What, Henry? I was just going to say, I appreciate the explanation, Walter, because I was also worried that moving her out of her current position where she is being so successful, would that create a gap that couldn't be filled? It sounds like that's probably true. So I appreciate the clarity. Maybe some other time we could talk about Vivek, man. That was the only thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm taking up too much time.
Vivek, listen to me. I've been following his campaign. I don't know what he's doing.
He came through town. You know where I live. Don't mention it, but he came through town a week or so ago, and I went and saw him. I didn't get a chance to talk to him or get a picture or anything, but I was standing there with one of the local mayors, and we were having a good. It was a nice little time. He came to a local Italian restaurant that's like 80 years old, and it was nice. But we didn't have much time to like talk to him or anything like that. But yeah. I just I didn't know you have a chance to meet the campaign.
The problem I have with Vivek's campaign is that Vivek's campaign is being run by consultants instead of him. And what he should be doing to win in Ohio is running the exact same race that he ran for president, and he would win. Yes, so I have no idea.
Chris and whoever the hell.
Listen, I'm not allowed to be hired as a political consultant because to be hired as a political consultant, you can only lose by a small margin. That's the only way that it works. Political consultants only get hired if you lose all the time. You can't have any good ideas. You can't have any real guerrilla marketing experience. You can't have any real opposition research experience. To be a Republican consultant these days, you have to figure out how to charge $350,000 a month and do almost nothing. And that's the only way you get hired.
Walter, you're a charming person, so please don't go work for Vivek.
I just wish that I wish I came up in this era of Democrat operatives where you can get paternity leave for like 4 months and get paid. You can get, you got the good life. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, we had to grind for that stuff, and oh man, I don't even understand today. But these cats are making major money off these NGOs and nonprofit.
I will say, I guess on the left side, that is probably true. They have a lot of money from they get a ton of money from the NGO side. On the right side, it's whoever can send the most useless fucking mailers. We got to send 80 million mailers, and they're all $17 each, and I get to keep $14 of that $17, and nobody looks at them. No one's seen them. No one cares about them. They show up in the mail, people throw them right in the fucking trash. I mean, these are the dumbest people in the world to me. I mean, the amount of money. I was sitting in this room years ago. This was I was in a private event at the Willard at a fundraising event with Club for Growth, and I was sitting there listening to these people, and they were about to raise, I think, $16 million for a candidate I was talking to. And I went around the room and I started getting to this last guy, and he said, "So, how much are you guys spending on mailers?"
And suddenly the room went silent. And I said, which one of you owns the mailer company? And the guy on the left side said, well, I mean, it's not my company, it's my brother. And I was like, oh, well, there. Wait, what now? Your brother, and he did this. They were not happy with me. I was not invited back. This is the reality of the scenario. Okay, these people, this is what they do. This is how they make their money. They raise a bunch of money, and then they all take their cut off the top. And it's a fat cat society, and it's really obnoxious, and I cannot stand it. If we wanted to win, you don't need to do that. You don't need to use freaking mailers anymore. Okay, mailers don't do anything. If you spent the amount of money on mailers that you did on YouTube banners and YouTube ads and X ads and everything else ads, you would do 10 times better. But these people, they don't have any concept of the new wave of how you actually advertise. I mean, the concept of a mailer is so stupid in the first place. Essentially, this is the way I think about a mailer. A mailer is like an mailer and something you see on X. Something you see on X that advertises to you, you can pull it up and you can see it 6, 10, 15, 20 times a day. If you're paying it right, if you're advertising and doing it properly and actually spending the money on it, that impression will be many, many times. But a mailer is once, okay? And then you see it and you put it into the garbage can because you go, oh, look, yay. It's like the stupid freaking the goddamn text messages, dude. These things are so annoying.
I don't think I would organize on the left to do community organizing. I don't throw it away. I got so much mail from Winston Earl Sears, right? And my husband used to be the personal trainer for her like 3 years back, and I kept all the mail. Okay, and I gave her assistant all the mail. I was like, please vote for Winston Earl Sears. My mom, she got so much to her house, like so much to her rental property, and I was like, here's all the mail. I'm just gonna give all of it to you. Take your mail.
Why Winsome lost? They spent all their fucking money on mailers. That's
exactly.
Oh my lord, dude. Listen to me. If there's any politicians in this room or any hopeful politicians, if you ever meet a consultant that tells you, yes, we need to spend $800,000 on mailers this month and this quarter, fire them immediately. Okay, fire them the next day. Fire them the next hour. In fact, the moment it leaves their lips, fire them instantly. That should be the first thing you do. But of course, no one will hire me as a consultant for these types of things. I only like winning. So, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to win. You can't have good ideas as a consultant.
Bro, you're out of business on the GOP, though, man. From what I've heard from you too, bro, these cats are dedicated to not winning. Like, they can't wait to not win.
They are absolutely hell bent on fucking losing. That's right.
Part of the reason why is a majority, so not a majority, but many of these big consultants, they have these franking contracts with people in frank contracts and people in Congress where our taxpayer dollars pay for mailers and all these different things. You talk about Axiom Strategies and some others out there, and so that's just part of what they do, and it's crazy. I don't know, man. If you're not in if you're not, doing IP targeting and other types of geo targeting and micro targeting down and getting in front of people, having those all kinds of other creative ways in today's world, you're not doing right.
Guerrilla marketing is the only way to win now, and the reason for that is because the attention economy has gotten so competitive that why the hell would I pay any attention to you? It's like, really. I mean, seriously, if you're trying to get someone's attention, if you're really trying to get somebody to actually pay attention to what you're doing, what you're saying, you have 7 seconds to get that person's attention. And if you don't get that 7 seconds, they will never care about you ever again. That's just how it is. That's just how it is.
Walter.
Much effort. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just got one more point I forgot to mention. I added the YouTube link to O'Keefe Media Group, which reveals hidden camera video with Glenn Prager from the DOJ, who handled the first round of Epstein victims on hidden camera video, saying that Jeffrey Epstein was an informant and an asset for the CIA. So that is confirmed.
Yeah, listen to me. If people think that this is just like some hunky-dory random thing that, it's just some random dude, guys,
get out from underneath the rock, okay? It's obviously an intelligence operation. Otherwise, we would have found out a lot more about it. Okay, but I got to go, guys. This was a great show this evening. Thank you, guys, everybody who came to the show tonight. This is the Political Theater of Walter Kirk. Make sure you guys follow all my speakers up here on stage. Chris, Jared, AB was up here this evening. Henry, Zen, Sunlight, 10th Mouth. Make sure you guys follow all these people. These are good people. They got good content. Make sure you guys come back. We will be back on tomorrow night. Well, wait a minute here. I got to go to Michigan tomorrow. Maybe. If I get into the hotel early enough tomorrow, I will be on tomorrow night at 9. So we will be back as soon as we can. And probably there is a press conference, by the way, Thursday morning. There is a press conference up in Michigan. And we're going to be going over the fraud. That is with the state senator Nesbitt. So that'll be at 9:15 on Thursday morning. So there's a press conference talking about the fraud stuff. That's the most recent articles. If you guys have been following the work that I've been doing, that's what that's going to be covering. So we're going to be covering that on that. And I think we should be on for the rest of the week. I don't know. I got to double check some travel stuff because I might be going down to DC Friday. Someone invited me to an event. They want me to go, and I'm going to try and make it. So we'll see. But anyway, guys, we'll be back. Hopefully we'll be back on tomorrow night. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to be back on tomorrow night. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night for more of the Political Theater. 9 p.m. weeknights, guys. We will see you guys as soon as we can, and we will see you guys next time.
You know, I didn't come. I mean, I had a little bit of experience, but I didn't have a whole lot. But throughout my years being in, I'm pretty well off for myself. Done well, and I'm trying to finish this contract and just, go to the next chapter. But we did kind of hijack this guy's room, though.
No, we didn't. Hey, Universe, is that you, John?
Yeah. Hello? Hello? That's my call sign. Hello? That's my security password. If you ever need to walk across the perimeter, just say hello.
John, the guy in the top of the room, his name is Sir C. Because he's a captain and he's active duty in the U.S. military. Sir C. The guy Universe. An officer. Oh, nice. So I mean, I've been on this app for 5 years ish. But dude, I think you and John would actually be kind of cohorts in crime. Oh yeah. Because like I said, he went to the Citadel.
Well, I don't participate in crime anymore. I'm strictly involved in politics now.
Yeah, well, that's because you lost your fucking professional fucking run. So you did ROTC or you did OCS?
I did Razzi.
When? The Citadel. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do ROTC at the Citadel. Everybody does ROTC.
Yeah, that's John. That's who you're talking about. You mentioned the guy.
What do you think would happen if a black man ran for president?
I'm not there yet.
And he would be under it. I mean, what do you expect to do about unemployment? The same thing I've always done. Go down every Tuesday and sign up. I think being vice president.
What I paid attention to. Really?
I like to accuse other people of committing ad hominem projection. But then when I say that
other people are committing ad hominem. Is that me committing ad hominem projection against an ad hominem projector? Is it a breath?
That we have together. My pussy's damaged. My pussy's damaged. My pussy's damaged. So they all banded together to try to create one big pussy. And they thought it would be stronger. Activity again. Don't go after this ridiculous 8647 shit. Is make it substantive, make it stick, make it matter.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I have too. I think this is shallow and superficial. I don't think it's good enough when we have evidence of him doing seditiony things, propping up the Russian collusion delusion, making the Steele dossier seem vital and important instead of gossip and innuendo. It's very frustrating. We hate Edie.
I think it was a crime when he opened the investigation against Michael Flynn.
Me too. It's very hard to swallow. Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, all the people that supported Trump were targeted in lawsuits.
It was a political intended to tie them up and bankrupt. So in this instance, it's while people can argue and he'll have to argue what he was meaning when he was using the term 86. What's wrong with him taking his own medicine? Like, I don't see it is politics. It's not like the Democrats are going to, they would have eased up on their lawfare until this indictment came out. They were literally promising to go after every Trump official when the House gets back in office and investigate, or when Democrats take majority in the House, and they're going to investigate every single Trump official. So, like, they're already promising lawfare against Trump. Shouldn't Trump fight fire with fire? But I see it's Joe.
I 100% agree with you. I'm somebody who believed that when President Trump is in office, a lot of people need to go to jail. The way they went after Trump and those around him, they had to play dirty, and I don't know how else to do it. Like, I personally do not really give a shit about Comey. I'm not the one who brought this up, but we kind of the conversation started before Comey. It was about radicalization of the shooter. But when it comes to the people that were going after Trump, yeah, I do think something drastic needs to happen to them because they will just keep on doing it. How else do you stop it?
Well, when you put
would go after please. So 2 points. Abby, I back channeled you a PolitiFact that said that the odds of the Senate being retained by the Republicans has gone up. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center scandal is having an effect, and we should push that and amplify that. And that goes back to the propaganda message. We have evidence that people are being manipulated and told that white supremacy is the number one threat to our country, and we know better. So we should educate on that. And the second point is, Joe, we are tossing out ads odds about how likely is it that with this charge, Comey will be convicted and found guilty. The highest percentage the stage gave us was 5%. What's yours?
Talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes sir. How you doing? Good to
No,
hear you.
I was getting a cup. No, I don't think it's likely given the state of clearly in this room right here. If Republicans are thinking it's a bad thing, Comey better get a bunch of clubhouse Republicans on this jury to not convict.
Well, the thing of it is,
Generally speaking, one of the big things I think is being missed here is from one of the biggest complaints is Trump's first term was in he promised in his 2016 election that he was going to lock Hillary up and spend a steady build up. And then after going through 2020, after going through 2020, in the years under Joe Biden, it's actually polling very, very strong with Republicans, according to big data polling, and I can look at where it is now, that many of Trump's MAGA supporters wanted indictments, and they want convictions as well. And maybe they don't have the goods, but there was a lot of rattling of the chains a year ago by supporters saying, where are the convictions? Where are the indictments? Why aren't they going after Trump? And I think it actually hurts Trump's chances more with his base, and it is red meat. This is to get the base up. This is to get the some enthusiasm that Trump's sorely lacking with his Iran war.
okay, and my concern is we should go after people which we have the evidence to indict, convict, and jail them. And if we're going to put up these charges that have little chance of convicting and jailing them, we're wasting our time and our credibility. And I get that matters that people aren't in jail. And
stupid twat.
so I'm frustrated because I want justice too, but this is smacking of vengeance and revenge.
This is not on our priority list. Putting James Comey in jail is not a priority.
Comey would have been in 2018, and 2017. That would have been under the purview of Sessions, which he was a twit, and the DOJ was Buzzard. We had illegal wiretapping, misuse of a FISA court, omission and tampering of evidence to fit a narrative to go ahead and get those. That all occurred under Comey. Now, whether you could have pinned that to Comey, that would have been a different thing. But he still violated the Hedge Act. He also interfered with an election process in which that does carry criminal charges under it. So he could have we could have prosecuted him. They didn't do that with Comey. I don't know why. It's a short thing, but Comey could have done. The Flynn debacle, as was mentioned, yes, it should have absolutely been reviewed and probably could have been over top the pardon. And we could have probably found out that there was some mishandling of evidence, and just push you in a cherry. She survived the guys, different types of evidence. You have to prove that she's criminally liable. But I can't stand out here. The worst person on this planet in terms of our political system. They get away with it. Like, they're clean. There's nothing that sticks to them. There's nothing you can really pin on the Clintons. I mean, shit, the guy lied under oath in front of these people. Like, you have to sometimes say, hearings. It was her and that administration that left me and others to go ahead and fight those. That's simple fact. It's weird. You can't tell me that was the first time that they had child pornography on their website. On their computer. the destruction of crimes, but they exonerate you.
Not worried.
It's not. Oh, it's
Where are you from?
we left, didn't you?
AI taking jobs.
Oh, and if we are going to do that, then we better find some fucking damn good prosecutors. Better find some Republican
Where are you
lawyers
from again?
do CNN or Fox News sound bites and sound it up to you.
Well, welcome to Florida. When they're upset, then it's going to be mostly in school.
We don't have anybody to blame but ourselves. And Trump made a mistake. Sessions was the worst person to pay. That fucked him up from the beginning. He should have picked somebody a lot better. I don't know who it could have been, but I would have probably put Ted Cruz in. I would have gave it to him and said, "Here you go, unleash it." And Ted Cruz would have been a dog with a bone. At that time, especially because he wanted blood and he wanted vengeance, and he would have went and got it. He would have found a law, but you know what? We didn't do that. Our side wasn't smart in that area. The Democrats threw everything they could at Trump, and he didn't get unscathed. But the man came back more powerful and what broke, destroyed the blue wall, destroyed every swing fucking district that we had. He took it over, and we have the power right now. This is just a distraction. We had the narrative for like 2 seconds. And now this is going to blanket it, and everybody's going to be cheering it, and it just gave leverage to the Democrats when we should say, hey, the political violence, your voice is being silenced. We could have rolled with that. We didn't have to do this. This shit was stupid. That AG just dropped the ball on us, and there was so many more fish we could have gone after, so many others, and we're letting them slip through our fingers over stupid shit.
Yeah, no one in this room, but we live in a world where we talk to people outside of this room on Clubhouse where they believe an impeachment of a president means it kicks him out of office. They're not even familiar with that the Senate has to convict them. I think we live in a world today in America where these headlines and these buzz lines play a factor and make effect. It's a momentum game. And I think it was hurting Trump more to not have anything. I don't think a trial on Comey will even be heard prior to the midterm election. I'd like to see a series of indictments come out over the next 6 months, regardless if they hold any water or not. These people in the DOJ work for us. This is one of the biggest complaints against Bondi was why was nothing moving forward? Well, some of this stuff was working forward. I think now it's just starting to actually come to the news cycle, because I believe they were working on this grand jury for quite a while prior to this, even when Bondi was still in office. So I don't know. This is the machinations of what has occurred over the last year from some of the base demanding some of this stuff. The guy from Rasmussen Reports, he went right into Trump and told him back in the fall, Mark Mitchell's his name, and said, look, your base wants indictments. Your base wants convictions. And at least according to his account, it's like, oh, okay, they want indictments. They want convictions. So we'll see. We'll see. Was doing nothing better and putting us in a better position than doing something about it. And I'm on the side that says do something about it, regardless of the outcome.
All right, if that was the case, so take a look at the impeachments against Trump, the prosecutions from New York City, the release of his tax returns, creating fucking new state laws, manipulating a law to turn a misdemeanor into a federal crime, and then charge him 31 times with the same fucking crime. Then you go, all right, we've got this. Then you got the Georgia, what was her name? Stacey Abrams, not Abrams. What girl that was? Yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's Willis. Benny. She's in a hotbed of water right now, and she's like trying to survive the next day. They tried to do it in Florida, and the Democrats lost on it, which gave power to Trump. I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't have done anything. I'm saying we didn't have the people that were really going to go after it. We put the wrong people in play, and I would I'm kind of grateful to Trump right now because he didn't necessarily go after Hillary because that would have been slightly and it would have been a failure. It would have been a failure, another failure. And who knows how this election cycle that just passed would have turned out if Trump under 2016 with COVID started prosecuting everybody. That would have been a big loss on our side, and it would have hurt us much more down ticket, and we wouldn't have had the powers to basically shift a lot of things. Funding, like or which very lot of those president actually even our case social whistleblowers and White House was actually a CIA is just whistleblowers claim it was going to be pieces of evidence was created by the CID funded reason hold on to that and we haven't changed it. I mean, majority is not but essentially very important for each USA wait for Trump to be able to broader let's you free information a lot of things but also as I mentioned somehow there's better ways instead of the next administration is Republican amazing so that's the anybody else we saw that we have a shot doing so we got more about then you could be like a good shot not just like some imagination, but an actual good shot. I just don't think throwing shitty fucking prosecutions that all the media is going to cover and not cover any of the other shit. We're just giving too much fodder to the other side to use against us.
A good point. It did when the Democrats did it to Trump. Completely weren't in fact. We never got in on they never got in.
I rise to wish a very special General Robin.
Steve Bannon. They got conviction Steve Bannon.
Oh, they did. That's right. They did get a conviction.
Yeah, but kind of set himself up. You can't do that whole Sandy Hook thing. Calling a bitch.
Wait, that's Alex Jones.
No, Steve Bannon was the one. Oh, yeah, Steve Bannon. I'm sorry. I just think it's Alex Jones.
Congress. Bannon.
Oh, he was contempt of Congress. That's right.
Yeah, and it was good for your time. That's nothing. Like that's not a big like.
It's like 5 months. We're also going after him a while back for raising
private funds to build the wall back in the first term.
That's
you remember that?
Yeah. I don't.
Man, there's been so many of them. I can't. He's kind of.
I think yeah, he's got the sense. You're right. I mean, it wasn't exactly that bad to buy the first little bit of the finance. And I don't know, I admire the ones, the Mexico basically there. They're demanding revenge. And to work for the Democrats, at least for winning the presidency. So, how effective is it really in the long run other than the kind of money and time and effort and hoping to be about how they think. Hopefully maybe we can satisfy the base and not doing that for like a year while a couple of the time. Give you that rally the days of the left. It's going after Hillary or going after the Ross to definitely bring the left some momentum. So
if we take that point, like that, he gets the straight all the IRS is called by we started to work out. Okay, this is with like 20 million see that in this product's worth, but we'll have a strong that's what we about 10 million dollars. This is how you imagine all under actually fun doing things and start targeting things that time that we're going to have on with us now 12 years from stewardship under it would take literally 15 years for the Democrats. Not that they won't spend us into oblivion, but we really could hold something there. And Trump can walk away with something that will last, I don't know, another 250 years. He'll be able to support this through those investments. If again, the big if he hits 21 trillion, that's $100 old. That's a lot of power to give to a guy and then give it to the next administration and off. The American economy is steamrolling along. We're all doing a lot better. And the world he's conquered out, a bunch of bullshit. Venezuela's cured. Cuba looks like they don't be cured. Iran's going to be cured. Kim Jong-un's, I don't even know what's going on about Iran. Nobody does because he's been quiet. The only thing left is Russia and Ukraine. Quite frankly, don't give a fuck about either of those countries in reality. It's just a political oppo. We really do. And Europe is finally starting to pay up a little bit more. And he may take Greenland. Who knows? But I mean, fuck. If he does it, hats off to him. He'll be one of the greatest presidents, if not top 3 of all time.
Ready for Mount Rushmore?
Well, that 18 to 21 trillion dollar investment, like what is it? It's AI. So part of that is going to be AI transition because there's obviously they're going to take over some of some of the workforce and everything else. So there's going to be and I remember Elon was saying something about universal basic income, which they might have to put that into action. I mean, I don't like the idea of it, but it's one of those things where it might I mean it might very well mean that we go to that, uh, but so it's mainly going to be the AI transit.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and by my body I invoke thee.